Yo, 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 yo. What are we doing today, boys? Sorry, I was watching the championship. All right, let's get started. Look at our packs. We are cooking. Over 1,000 84+10s still. And we're building up a army of 83+20s as well. We're never running out of packs, boys. Can we get the last 5, though? It's going to be the hard part. Reed, good evening, buddy. How are we? We are fantastic. We'll be even better if we can somehow get to 215. Right? It's 215? Yeah, 210 we're at. I need 2 team of seasons and 3 icons. Hey, Tony, let's go. To 5 now. Gold, gold, gold. First signing I have batch 5 is in Beckenbauer. How many 99s are in this batch? Dude, back to back! Footies, man. What is going on? Did they turn around these 84+10s? There's 6. Guess how many I'm going to get out of the 6? 0. We shall get 0. Beckenbauer, Bale, Salah, Palmer, Doué, Pirlo. I'll get that Bale before I get the Bale in the re-release. That's one of the last ones I need. Ozyman. Cold. Cold Palmer. You seen the 500k pack with 11 footies? I have not. Where's this? So long, and thanks for all the footies packs. Is it footies from any week? Or is it just this one? Am I looking at the wrong thing? They made the 1 of 5 pick, 1 squad, so no coins now. Yeah, there's a good and bad in that. The good is it's very easy to make. I feel like we'll do so many. The bad is obviously no coins to it, but do you really need coins at this point? Now we can just focus on catalog collection. Chad, did you know that Reed once scored a goal better than Roberto Carlos? It's up on YouTube, man. I haven't been here in over 3 years. What's up, buddy? Did you update your channel name? Made 170 of them picks today, so I just made under a mil before they refresh. Nice. It was always Max Alec. Hasn't always been Max Alec. I could have sworn it was different. They expect you to remember me? It might have been just Max. It wasn't Max Alec. Especially the Alec in full caps. Bye, Ben, buddy. Dude. Why spend the money you did on Jack Clark to play him centrally instead of out wide? That makes no sense to me. You play him on the wing. You let that man dribble. Every time he gets the ball in his switch, both in the Prem and this first championship game, he's near the box, man. I really wish they would have updated what we could get in here too, man. In terms of removing, like, some of the old stuff like shapeshifters. You could make it like 1 of 3 if you had to. Or 1 of 4. I just feel like everything is just straight dupes. Alright. We are full. Let's make some more 84+10s. Clean up. Make some more 88 overalls. Want to see how many of the footies we can get today. I want to get at least 1 or 2 more of the cards we don't have of the re-release. That's going to be very hard, though. We still need R9, Team of the Season Henry, Team of the Season Shaqiri, and then we need 1 of the Icon Bales and 94 Maldini. It's going to be tough, man. But we got 90 CR7 right before stream, so that helped. Alright, some Team of the Week upgrades. Take some of that. Dude, dropping everything outside of the campaign pick, the 88 exchange, and the 84+10s with the Team of the Week upgrade. It's just so simple now. There's no going back. Alright, what do we got here? Got some high 90s. I wonder how many, if we just simply opened only 84+10s, wonder how many 88 exchanges we can make off of that. Won't forget the 10+ hour COD zombie stream you used to do. Dude, I miss when Call of Duty used to be Black Ops 3. Miss it so much. Nathan, what's up, buddy? Black Ops 6 had me excited for a little bit. Then I feel like it just dropped off a cliff. I'm hoping Black Ops 7 is much closer to Black Ops 2 and 3. In terms of the timeline, it looks like it is, so. Do you run out of golds? I never run out of golds. Nope. So, outside of doing the 85+10s 10 times a day, is there anything else we could include into this grind that's a better pack? I don't think so. How every time I do it, I always run out of golds and manage to lose fodder. I keep going up in 84+10s and keep going up in 83+20s. to an infinite upward direction. I just keep the same rotation. And I'm even doing the campaign pick. Are you doing anything outside of the 88 exchange, 84+10s, Team of the Week upgrade, campaign pick? No. What do you have your, what gold rares do you use rating-wise in your Team of the Week upgrade, and what do you use in the 84+10? So I end up getting less and less 88 exchanges? Really? I don't know how that's the case. It shouldn't be. Are you, what are you saving in your dupe storage? Maybe that's it. Are you saving like certain ratings of things? $84+10s I use 83s, 86, and here I use to the week I use 83 to 85s. I just keep the high rates. How high rated are we talking? That's probably your problem right there. Is you're probably saving things you don't need to save. You're You mean 97 plus? Do you mean 97 plus? I'm so confused. Wait, explain to me what you mean, Nathan. When I'm talking about dupe storage, anything that is on my dupe storage, I chuck into stuff. So 88 exchange if it's not a team of the season, because I'll put my team of seasons back in the 84+10. If it's not that, I'll put it into the 88 exchange. I'll put them into campaign picks. 84+10s. You keep like 96 pluses. Do you get a pretty full duplicate storage then, or do you eventually put them somewhere? Alright, there's the last one there. Puts them into the 84+10 if there's team of seasons, and the low golds is put in the 84+19. What's the 84+19? Oops, I just put a 2 of the weekend. Whoopsie. I put some in the 84+10 if they're a team of the season, and the low golds I just put into the 84+10 or the team of the week. So I'm confused on how you're not building out more packs or more golds. Because if you're doing what we're doing, the number should keep going up. Watch on my TV, I'll do it now and see. Yeah, let me know if you end up seeing a step I'm doing that you're not doing. But like as we're opening these 8410s, you're noticing all the golds we're getting back, all the special cards. We're building up more 88 exchanges, more Team of the Week packs. We're packing more stuff. We haven't even touched opening these yet. But if we started with a low amount of these today, like today I started with around 1,000 8410s. I had basically 0 8320s. If I open 77 of these, there's no world where I'm not going to have way over 1,000 8410s. I'll probably be closer to 1,200. And then as I open those, I get more and more exchanges. Even when I open the 88 exchange, I'm getting 88 exchange cards. And if you're really running low, I guess you could drop the 1 of 5 shapeshifters, not completely, but just until you're building up in a more positive direction. But I feel like even that's not needed. Alright, we gotta do the 8510s as well. Let's do those right now. We'll submit that. Do we think 8510s are going to be unlimited tomorrow, or do we think they're going to be like 10 times a day? We'll still have to wait a week. Before I did 77, 88 exchanges, and I ended up only being able to do 23. So when you did 77, 88 exchanges, where did you put all the stuff from your 88 exchanges? Where you're only able to do 23. Did you put them into 8410 packs that you still haven't opened yet? Alright, there we go. Let's chuck these in. For 10s and some 88 to 95 back into the 80 exchange. I'm so confused on what you're doing different than us then. I'm not understanding where your fodder's going. Alright, another team of season. Put that in. Sick. Alright, we'll build out with... Oh, we're out of golds. Finish the 8510s. Do more 88 exchanges. We'll build those up to 100, and then we'll go from 100. Gonna see how that looks. Better to do 88 exchanges or 89s. With the 8410 grind, I feel like it makes more sense to do the 88s only. It's a lot more cleaner, and I'm still building unlimited packs in a positive direction, so it's the best quality of pack in my opinion. Alright, we'll get a few more of these in. Feels so weird putting an Mbappe in. Alright, chuck those in. Chuck those in. Probably do one of these. We'd even use 89s. We could probably do 2 of these. Yep. We could probably do 3 of these. Yep. Probably do 4 of these. One. 2. So our club was basically empty of 87s and 88s as we were starting stream. This is basically just from spamming on stream that we were able to just make 4 of those, which is nice. But we already have everything, so it's frustrating. Or we have most things, I should say. Anytime we open one of these, unless it's like a 99. Oh, now it's glitching. Yep, have it all. Chuck that back in. Alright, now we're at 87 there. Brilliant. Look at that, we're still close to 1,000 of these, which is wild to me. Getting plenty of Team of Seasons, but we're still making a ton of Team of the Week packs. Hey, love your streams. I've learned a lot from your streams how to do the menu grind efficiently. Hey, appreciate it, buddy. Glad it helps. I've crafted 2,084 and 3,089 exchanges by creating different template to build tools. They're super helpful. It's literally a game changer. Once you do this, like it feels like there's very few reasons to actually be on the console menus right now. Put all the 87, 89s in campaign. I put all my high rateds from SBC storage all the way to 99 rated into exchanges. I saved Team of Seasons and Team of the Weeks with a combination of 84s, 85s, 86s with common golds to 84 10s. Nice. Yeah, it's pretty similar to what we're doing too. So far, it's working really well. I'll spam some 2 of the week packs. For 2 of the week, I've created a template with similar combination of 84, 85, 86s with common golds. I can see that number just goes above. It seems like an unlimited grind. Yeah, if people did want to start incorporating like other stuff they have in their club outside of just like 83s, 84s, 85s, 86s, you could make a lot more of everything if you're struggling to build up. I feel like I'm even struggling to go down in packs, and I'm not including any of that. Yeah, Nathan, if you need help, buddy, maybe take a look at his guide, his template. Bellingham. Gold. Alright, 8410. We got, what, 2 new footies cards at the start of stream, and we haven't seen anything since. Week. Was it double team of season? Oh, where's the Maldini? Where's the Bale? Bastoni. My question I have for myself is, once 85+10s come out, let's say it's a 86 rated squad with a team of the week or team of the season needed, and it's unlimited repeatable. That's going to be, I feel like, a cakewalk. I wouldn't be surprised if our 85 plus times 10s became unlimited super quickly as well, to the point of like 1,000 plus built up. $9.80, another footies. Yeah, I feel like we'll have another week we have to wait. It'll probably go up to like maybe 10 or 15 a day. So, I mean, I don't mind. I have to get through my 84+10s, which is never happening to begin with. So if I changed our project to turning 84+10s into 83+20s over time, and just did that leading up to team of the season, or unlimited 85+10, that wouldn't be a bad way to go about it. I feel like at that point, we wouldn't even need Team of the Week upgrades anymore. The rate of Team of the Season drop would probably be better in the 85+10. We'd probably have so many 85+10s that we'd be able to build up that we'd have to lose a ridiculous amount of packs without a Team of the Season to even see our number go down. Alright, we need one more of these. Brilliant. Alright, now we can make more of these. 88 overall exchanges. Probably do a few of the campaign picks as well. I bet if you dropped Nathan, I'd try for tonight. Drop the campaign pick and just start putting all 88s and 89s into the 88 exchange that you're putting in there from before. If you're really struggling to build up packs. This is crazy, man. Look at this. We can do basically 3 right away. We just were empty. If you look at what we're building up to, you know what, honestly? Just put all these in, do a clear slate. Do all the 88 specials as well. You know how people are packing 99 footies from campaign packs? I have packed everyone except the 99s. I've yet to see a 99 from them. I don't get how... I get pack weight sucks, but I don't get how it sucks as bad as it does. 85-10 will be like the final saving grace. If the 85-10s aren't giving them, of the 99s that are in packs, I don't know what else I can do. Because I just sit here for hours and spam what I consider to be the best quality pack as much as I can. I see zero benefit to it. Yes. Oh, Hakimi's new. Okay. Look at 100. I got 107 8320s now. So now I need to turn these 107 8320s into basically infinite 8410s. But like I said before, I could do that. I think right now though I want to focus on taking this number down as far as I can and building up as many 83 20s as possible. So we will eventually open those. I just want to see if we can take care of this now. Because on the off chance tomorrow 85-10s become unlimited, I really don't want to be sitting here with all these 84-10s. If the 85-10 is unlimited. Yeah, I'm basically giving up on the campaign picks. What I'm kind of doing is, if I have a crap ton of 87s, I'll then focus on it. Or that's how I was doing it. Now that you can do 87s to plus in it, I just use all the gold rares in my club and just dupe storage. I'll keep putting into 88 exchanges. Alright, there we go again. 84-10. Wow, no team of seasons in that. And my voice just cracked. Do you recommend putting my 88s into the 80 exchange when I give up on the campaign picks? Probably, yeah. Alright, we're out of 2 of the weeks. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this to 86. We're going to keep spamming these. Why don't you spam RTS? Instead of using your mouse. what is RTS? Is that for everyone set that way? Or do I have to set it somewhere? Because I don't have that. R's repeat the last SBC you did. Oh, from there. That makes a lot more sense now. Because when someone told me to do that before, they didn't explain where to do it. And I was doing it on this screen. I was confused on why it wasn't working. That makes a lot more sense. Thank you. Dude, I feel like these come in batches, man. But thank you guys. Appreciate it. That's going to be so much faster now. Okay. Wait. I don't even have to hit claim reward? What kind of witchcraft is this? Yeah, there has to be a setting somewhere to turn that off. Where would that be? This one? Auto reclaim? Alright. Beautiful, boys. We are going to be cooking. Now, is there a way to do that with packs too, or is that just for making an SBC? Can we also like open last pack? You prefer the 83+20s or the 50-player pack? For efficiency of pack opening and making the best quality of pack, 83+20, infinitely clear. Why, if I may ask? I would ask what back to you is my question. What are you primarily focused on making? Like, what SBCs are you consistently doing? Just the infinite cycle. Okay. So if you're doing just the infinite cycle, let's think of logically what probably the best packs are for the best quality of cards. 89 exchange pack isn't bad. It's an 84+10 with a guaranteed 85 plus, right? But if you're trying to build out 84+10s, you need Team of the Weeks too. So you're probably making a Team of the Week pack, which needs an 83 rating. So, logically, if you're opening a 50-player pack, you're getting a bunch of crap that's not needed in that. Versus 88 exchange, aka the 83 plus times 20, every card is useful. If it's a 83, the lowest end it could be is an 83. It can go into a Team of the Week upgrade. The highest end, it could be a FUTTIES 99 card. Anything could go into a Team of the Week upgrade. Anything could go into an 84+10. Anything could go back into an 88 exchange. Everything has meaning. So if you just recycle those three things, Team of the Week upgrades, 84+10s, 83+20s, you got an endless cycle of just the most efficient things. I would shift all your 89 exchanges, yeah, into 88 exchanges. Doesn't have to be instantly. You can slowly do it over time. Yep, and now think about it this way too. An 83+20 versus an 84+10 from the 90 exchange, you're getting double the amount of cards. I mean, I shouldn't say technically double, because you'll get more than just 10 cards that are 84 plus. You'll get some 83s, but you're probably not getting 20 cards in the 50-player pack that are 83 plus. You just realized you've done more 84+10s than me? Really? I've done 1,510. I still haven't opened a bulk of mine. Most of the time you'll get 4 88s or more out of the 84+10. Yep. So it's really easy to build them up. I do like how I've done 1,400 PPs today, but let me ask you the question. What are you hoping to achieve on the menus? We're gonna change your world, Timon. What are you hoping to achieve on the menus? We're gonna make you give you 99 bail. Okay. So, would you like to submit however many cards it is, 5 or 6, I can't remember with the player pick how many cards you have to put in. Regardless of the card type, how many cards you put in, drop that. Would you rather have one card that you're constantly getting, or 20 cards that you're constantly getting? One card that's a guaranteed 83 plus, or 20 cards that are guaranteed 83 plus. Done at a speed that's spammed. You're getting infinitely more cards from the exchanges than you are the player picks. So your chance of getting bail infinitely increases as well. Because think about how long it takes even just to pick a card in the player pick. If you're on Pale Tools and you do a player pick, and you're scrolling between the 3 and then selecting one, you probably could have opened at least 5 exchange packs by then. Yeah, PPs are fun, but until they get like an auto make the player picks for you and select the highest one by EA, they just don't keep up with how good the menus are at this point. Doesn't mean you can't do them. You still can for sure do them. You're just not being as efficient as you could be. What do you discard in packs now? Absolutely nothing. There's everything I pack is of value. There's 0 things I discard. Because everything I ever pack at this point will be an 83+. Foot Enhancer has that option. There you go. Should I be looking to keep? Discard nothing. Keep everything. Use everything. What is Foot Enhance? It's another one of those, like, PL Tools type of things. I believe that one's a paid service, right? I honestly might give up on the, we're going to give up on that for now. I'm going to include in both of these 87s. Instead of doing 89 exchange, should I do 88? Yes. Everyone should be doing 88 exchange over 89 exchange. For 88 exchange, I do untradeable storage, 88 to 97s, ignore positions, and low high. Will be faster for you as well. Wait, hold on. You do 88 exchange, you do untradeable storage, 88 to 97, ignore positions, low to high. Are you not afraid that you're going to accidentally use something from your club? Because you're not using storage. You're including storage. That's what the option is on PL Tools, right? Like, I would do that. You can lock players. I would have to lock everyone in my club, though. That's the thing. No, but we're catalog collecting. Like, I have 1,000+ players in my club that I'd have to protect. Because we're trying to get every single card that's re-released. So I'd have to go through and literally just lock all. I know SBC storage goes first, but I still have a fear I would pull things from that. But if you do low to high, time out. So if you do low to high, it will use SBC storage first. Even the higher rated SBC storage before the lower rated in your club. Okay. I'm going to need you guys to, like, confirm exactly what I have in. Because I'm willing, for the sake of efficiency, speed this up. But I'm deathly afraid I'm accidentally going to submit something. So, low to high. Drop the gold rarity. Ignore. Just straight low to high. 88 to 99. Man, I don't even have to put it to 99. I could probably put it to protect myself. What do you think, 97? Ignore positions, SVC storage. Do 97? Yeah. Dude, we're on the same wavelength. And that's perfect. Or 94 if you want to do player SVCs. Test it? Okay, so it has those two in. Okay, that seems right. Does that look right? Alright, sweet. We're full sending then. Alright, up to Schmeichel. I'll stop at the 90. Why do I feel like it's pulling my club 88s, though? Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's pulling from there. I have a feeling it pulled the 88s from my club. Red symbol means dupe storage. Where does the red symbol pop up? And how do I know if it's a red symbol if I'm colorblind? I see a symbol here. I don't know if it's red or not. So if it's not a dupe storage, you'll have nothing under there. But if it is, it'll be there regardless. Let me just get the team of seasons out of the way. This is why I asked if that was exactly correct before I started submitting. I knew something was going to happen. Now I got to build back up because I need these team of seasons. I didn't submit any of these special 88s though. Are you sure? Are we positive I didn't submit any special 88s? Thank goodness. Oh, okay. Let's assume we're out of Let's assume we're out of Team of the Weeks. Okay? We're going back in. Assume we're out of Team of the Weeks. What else do I need to change? Does that have player count as 4? Okay. Player count is 4. That should be fine. Okay. And now the thing is, thank you guys, by the way. Even with the symbol there, I want to do these so fast that it's not going to matter that the symbol's there. Is the only issue. So I'm glad we're catching this now. Okay. By the way, turned on the FIFA 26 beta, and the first option I got is turn on the color blindness option. Yeah, I'll get used to it really fast, and that'll be extremely helpful. Oh. Because you just have to look for the last player. If it's not a dupe, then you stop. One thing you submitted was Apache 88 gold and Bruno 2. Okay, that's not bad then. Yeah, your templates are so weird. Guys, one thing you got to understand about this level of degeneracy. We're reaching points of the grind where you guys are probably, if you put any amount of time in, I can't physically match that level of grind. You guys are probably grinding more than me, so you're catching all these little things now. The second I hit card collecting was the second I doomed myself as being a great source. Because I'm so scared to attempt any sort of setting when it comes to that SBC. Do 3 different filters. What do you mean to do 3 different filters? Okay. You are so right, but now I have to logically think if I'm not using any team of the season in my club, I want to guarantee the fact that I'm not using any team of the season in my club. How we're going to do this. Okay. We're going to tweak this now. Because I have that one. Okay, so I guess for this one, we can do what? 10. We don't need anything more than that. Let me do a third. What do team of seasons even start at? I don't even know. What do they even go to? Let's do 90. And then just one. Just rarity team of season. Your position. I'm just trying to set these precautionary filters in case it tries to pull for my club. I don't get a insane team of season pulled. Okay, ignore position. SBC storage, untradeable. Load it. That's fine, right? So new min pick, 87 or exactly 87, minimum 87. So you can use 88s or higher as well. Can we confirm that's good? Can we get a confirmation that works? In full 83 team for team of the week. I do 84 minimum gold rare so I can always submit straight away. 83s for team of the week. Okay. Go slow. Okay. We're not going to have any team of seasons, are we? Yeah, we just... No. It should have pulled that one. Shouldn't that pull it and put it on the bench? Are you saving up 2 of the weeks or just getting rid of all of them? I'm basically... It should. I make some, I have some, I use some, but I focus on trying to get rid of the team of season first. You got to turn off the position. I had this too. What do you mean turn off position? It is on ignore player position. But that shouldn't matter if it's a bench option. If it's the 12th card, it shouldn't matter what position it is. It should be on the bench, right? You shouldn't. So it should be not ignore player positions. Then that becomes an issue when we use all our team of the weeks because it won't pull it there. I'm trying to understand. I bet, you know what it is? I bet it's a refresh. Or maybe it's because you already can complete the SBC. The team of season isn't necessary. That could be a case. I could see that potentially being a case. But it shouldn't matter because you're not... Whether or not you can submit the SBC, it should do exactly what it tells you. It shouldn't matter that you can complete it or not. But if I put it first, that's what I was thinking. If we switched it up and put team of season first, that would probably work better. But no, it won't because it'll pull team of seasons for my club then, right? After that? Or will it never pull for my club? You can use arrows. Try this again. Okay. Not if you have dupe storage. Okay. This is why I don't want to have freaking filter on here. Because we need to keep an eye. And it's going to pull those in there. I am telling you. I'm going to accidentally submit stuff. You cannot. No. It's all these guys. It's every single one. Every single one of these guys will accidentally be submitted. Why haven't you locked them? I would have to lock how many team of the seasons? Or, question, when they're locked, do they still appear in there and not allow you to use them and submit? Just lock. I don't care about that Job. I use 5 other variations of Job. That one doesn't matter to me. Okay, so if no lock players don't appear in SBCs, you're telling me for this to work, I have to go in and I have to now lock like 300 team of the seasons so I don't accidentally use. But if you get a dupe, that dupe will be locked. So then it's going to be an issue with the... But no. Inevitably, I'm going to use cards in my club that I can no longer get again, that I've catalog collected, because doing this super fast will, without a doubt, I will accidentally submit stuff and screw myself with catalog collection. Does it not make logical sense that I just have this be the only SBC I take slow? You know what? Do high to low team seasons on? But wouldn't that pull my high rated team of seasons then in my club that I can't pack again? No, you know what we're doing? I'm going to make this a million times easier. We're doing team of the weeks again first. We're doing team of season last. And as long as I forever have team of the weeks there, I'll wait until we basically fill like 25 or more team of seasons in my dupe storage, and then I'll focus on using team of seasons. That'll be the easiest. That would solve every problem, because I can very easily see when we're out of team of the weeks. And then when we run out of team of the weeks, I will for sure notice that it's gone to team of the seasons after that. And if it's gone to team of seasons, it'll have to go through like 25 team of season players before it even gets to the ones in my club. I feel like that's just going to be the best case scenario. Does that make perfect sense? That's fail proof. I don't have to change anything else. Okay. I'm just going to do this here real quick. Just take a minute. That should be good enough. Covers most of our bases. Select most recent max 90-17 season as the filter. That is smart. So we could do most recent, solo and high. I'll sit on that. Click on the top of the screen. Click on top of what screen? I'm doing fantastic, buddy. How are you doing today? Click lock top of the screen. Doesn't L just do that too? Or I'm just at the point where I'm so confused at what's even being talked about. Wait, Mumbo, I just got into a mind bubble thingy. Isn't a 83-20 almost every time a Team of the Week pack with 10 more 83 to 84 cards? Yes. That's literally the exact reasoning. Yes. Sarah, what's up, buddy? Side note, you can go to Club Analyzer, then Rating. And lock from here. Oh. It's my 99s. So this is Imus. Go on Club, run a search, and tick hide lock players. Then you know the ones you haven't locked that you want to. My brain just can't. I'm doing a million things right now. I'm trying. Okay. Sorry if this is obvious. Go on Club, run a search, and tick hide locked players. Go to Club. Search. Hide locked players. Then you can go on to the ones that aren't there. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. I just give up. I give up. We're in a good spot. Go back to that screen and click the button on the top right. What button? Lock, unlock. But if I lock all these, it's going to then lock all these in my dupe storage. I'm not going to be able to use my dupe storage, right? But you'll get dupes. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to avoid! That's what we're trying to avoid, man! Ah! Ah! Dude, I'm going crazy, brother. I'm going crazy. This is now so... The inefficiency this is creating for something that's supposed to be efficient, man. This has to be rage bait at this point. It has to be. You saw how efficient we were in every other section, and you're like, let's make him more efficient, but rage bait him into thinking he's going to submit stuff from his club and tweak the setting just enough where it actually does, but he uses stuff that doesn't matter because it's going to go to the golds first. We catch him, but we give him PTSD, so he's afraid to even touch it. And then we're going to have other people come into chat and ask him questions about things that aren't even correlated to that at all, and just want to look at what's on my club. So his mind's going to be in 5 different spots. He's going to lose his cool. He's going to snap as he's doing menu content. We're good now. We're good. Right, so you know the M key when building SVC, add multiple. You can click storage and add lock dupes there. You can still submit lock players that way. Works really well. So now I'm at the point of I've been thinking about so many different things that I read that whole message and I did not understand a single thing. I'll probably have to read it 5 more times to even understand it. Right, so the M key when building an SBC, add multiple. You can click storage and add locked dupes from there. Yeah. When I go to the SBC storage, I can, yeah. Alright, we Gucci. Another Cruyff, W. Alright, we're almost low there. See the weeks in the club. So I know I can hit 1 and leave my mouse right here. But I'm going to keep this being the thing I go back and forth on. Yeah, I'll purge every so often. We won't have to worry about it. But thank you guys. I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm not losing my cool at you guys if you're trying to help. I am just extremely scared that anything new I try is going to submit stuff from my club. So I am like trying to triple check everything. I mean, to be fair, if anything does get submitted, it's literally August. So, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but I don't really do card collecting to this extreme extent of trying to get 100%. So, it'd be very frustrating to have that mess up. Dude, look at how many... I just went back to the old way of doing it. I just realized. Whoops. Old habits die hard. We're at almost 150 8320s without even being out of the 900s yet. This is crazy, man. So now we have enough Team of the Weeks built, and we'll have enough Team of the Seasons dupe storage. Now I can start spamming 8410s even faster. Pretty safely. But yeah, do you guys think what I'm doing is a good idea? Trying to get through all my 8410s. Probably not before tomorrow. It would be hard to get it done before tomorrow. But my logic is focus on making as many 8320s as possible and getting the 8410s as low as possible. Because once we get the 8510, I won't want anything to do with these. Does that sound logic? Flag player stops SPC builder for putting it in. People saying dupes will build up. May not realize you can submit locked from storage using the M method. I posted. Best of both. True. Oh, now I see what you're saying, bye. Okay, Chris. Mine is better than yours. I'm going to explain why. When you're submitting fast, if you go to my method, once a requirement is not hit, it will put the team of season on the bench. So, if you are not wanting to make as many team of the week packs, this could be the alternative. Okay, that's nice to know. So I can go even faster now, because I know if it's missing it, they'll put it on the bench and not even in the squad. Sweet. We're going to build up a fortress, man. Clear. Put him in. The nice thing is, I only really get the 83s if I'm opening the 8320. I won't get those right now. Because I'm doing only 8410s. After years of listening to you, you're now listening to me. Time to start my own channel. I don't know if you just heard what I just said, Chris. You could take notes of what we just set up. Because ours logically might make a little more sense if you wanted to use 83s and the 8410, that is. But yes, you guys all should start channels. I'm telling you right now, if you guys are grinding and being a degenerate like me to the extent you are, you should have a channel that you're doing it on. All me. Yeah, it's all you. So start streaming, man. Or make a grind video. Do something. You never know what could pop off. Just, oh, you know what? I already know the level of rage bait that's going to happen. There's going to be somebody in our community. Oh, no. I don't even want to give the idea. I don't even want to give the idea. I'm going to be in tears just even thinking about it. There's going to be one of you who makes a channel, starts making like one of these videos for the grind, whether or not it pops off. Either way, next year's going to roll around. We're going to have a League SBC that has Libertadores in it. And there's going to be some souls on the internet who learn about Libertadores through you guys. And they're going to think you guys invented Libertadores. And I'm going to be supporting you guys. I'm going to be watching the video. It's like, oh, he's making a lib one. And it's going to say something in the comments like some 12-year-old. I've never heard anyone ever talk about Libertadores. Thank you for this. You invented this method. I'm going to be sitting there fuming. My initial like on the video is going to turn into a dislike. I'm going to leave a comment on there replying to the 12-year-old kid. Actually, factually, MumboElite was involved in the Libertadores method before you're even born. MumboElite was heavily involved in the setting up process of Libertadores cards into Ultimate Team ever since they were implemented ages ago. Back when they were a special card. Already in uni, work, and have a side hustle. I don't need another. Good time, good time. Alright, let's keep grinding. The grind is not over. It feels so weird putting Cruyff in, man. What are we doing? You know what I just realized? And it's actually a really good thing, but sucks at the same time. You know how everyone talks about cards? You go from like using a whole 99 squad at the end of a FIFA Ultimate Team game, and then you go back to using like low-end stuff the next game. Or like you have a certain amount of coins, then you go back to having no coins. The level of degeneracies we're going about this grind on the menus, we're going to get back to the point where we're looking forward to like a gold upgrade. And that's going to feel so wrong, but so right. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to sit there. The first week, they're going to chuck us a 78 double upgrade for like 11 gold commons. Or no, 11 golds needed, 5 rares. And we're going to be like, thank you so much, EA, for giving us repeatable content. Let's grind this. I mean, I think I'm doing this for like 4 to 5 hours a day. Why not film it? But then it'd be the other way around. I'm watching a stream at 28. But then it'd be this time for you. You man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. True. So true. And you forgot the other one in there. I'm half German, so efficiency is important to me. You forgot another one in there, though. Teach a man the Libertadores method. He becomes rich. Maybe not in money, but wisdom. That'd be this time for you. I mean, streaming's different than videos. To be honest, there's very few streams I ever watch anymore. I really only watch videos. Part of that's because just being a streamer myself, it's one of those things where when you're not live, you're usually doing other stuff. Like the way my schedule is, like if I'm not making a video or doing a live stream, I'm actively working out, I'm at work, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. If I'm multitasking, that'd be the only time there's like a YouTube video or a stream in the background. But that's just the nature of it the other way in general too. So like you're saying, if you make content, I would much rather you guys try to make content, live streaming or videos. And if that pulls time away from you guys being in the streams, to me, if you're trying to make something work, that's worth it on my end. don't ever, I don't know how you're wording that or what you meant by it, but don't like feel like, oh, Mumbo's not going to like it if I'm here, not here as much. I would much rather you guys chase whatever it is you're trying to chase and make it work than you being actively in stream every single stream. Because regardless, there's going to come a day where you don't like my streams anymore, you don't like me anymore, you don't like the game anymore, and you stop watching organically anyways. And those sarcastic undertone. See, I can't send sarcasm through a message, okay? It's almost impossible. Alright, we're almost to 900, boys. Woof! Progress is being made. Well, I'm stuck here for over 4 years. Dude, some people have been stuck here for almost 10. Should we check real quick? November 8th, 2015.
What is up, guys? This is MumboElite here, and this is going to be my first video on this YouTube channel, and it's going to be how to rank up fast in Black Ops 3. Now, the game just got released, and for this weekend only,
Look at that effort, man. My goodness. My goodness. I think those were auto-generated, actually. I didn't put those on. What do you think about the new campaign picks? I kind of like the fact that it's one squad, even though you can't make coins off of it anymore. I like it from the standpoint of whether or not you want to make them or whether or not you want to just make packs. The focus is kind of gone on coins, so my focus is now more generalized, which is really helpful. This is epic. Black Ops 3 was 9 years ago. Almost 10. It's coming up on 10 years. Oh, dude. That makes me so happy but sad at the same time. That was by far my favorite Call of Duty of all time. That was the start of really getting into content creation for me. Start of me really getting into streaming. Joining gaming organizations, getting sponsorships, making money off of content creation, even if it was just a little bit. That was like the start of everything, and that was my final year of high school, and then heading into college. So it was just such a perfect moment to have that like happen. I want to abandon. I'm on a Chelsea FC style contract. I'm over 9 years. On Mumbo streams, I may have to sell my shed to my brother so I can afford it with the YTPSR. Or what you could say too is you'll still be under contract, DFB, but you might loan yourself out to another channel for a few years and then come back and then loan yourself back out again. So it could be the case that you're technically forever here on contract, but your playtime is not what it used to be. And then when we eventually have to cut ties altogether, I'll just sell you to the Saudi League. Not Raheem Sterling, thank you very much. Dude, watch him somehow end up at Sunderland. I was 10 playing that almost half my life ago. Hold on. Shut up. Dude. Age is such a weird thing. Especially in this space. I feel like if you are like almost 20 years old, probably all the way to 40, maybe 40 plus, depending on the individual, I feel like most people that watch these streams can pick up what we're putting down when it comes to any sort of menu grind and understand it and enjoy it to a certain extent. It's so weird if you scale that back. Because when I was 18, that's when I was making those videos. And in my head, it felt like I had a perfect understanding of what I was doing. Probably wasn't as mature as I am now. I don't even think I'm mature now. But it's weird to think, yeah, someone who at this point is teaching me or helping me with part of the grind, if you were around when we started making content, it's weird to think a 10-year-old wouldn't do that. Dang, man. This message will be meaningful and has a sarcastic, dramatic undertone, but this will be my last stream for a real long time. Sunday I'll leave for my gap year, and I'll first go to Africa, where I'll probably won't have Wi-Fi for 3 months, maybe like 3 times max. Hey, well, feel free to, even if it's not drop it into a stream to say hi when you got Wi-Fi connection, man. Leave a comment on a YouTube video, drop a comment in Discord, or anything like that, man. We'd love to hear from you and see how you're doing. Enjoy the gap here, buddy. Yeah, no, dude. Limit your time on your phone as much as you can. I feel like that's... Wait a second. Should I, if we have League SBCs in FC26, and there's Libertadores Sudamericana, should I go to a Libertadores game and do the Libertadores League SBC at a Libertadores match? Lala! Thoughts? And then we have to find one of the players on the pitch to hit submit on the SBC with himself in it. So, like, let's say we go get Cavani to hit submit. I feel like that could work. Wait, I think I just found something even more efficient. This might get disgusting, but... Dude, I'm faster than this is. Be careful, what if you run into the Sudamericana? Be careful, what if you run into the Sudamericana guy who stole your girlfriend? That is such a niche comment that I feel like if we're still making content in 5 to 10 years, if you repeated this, 20 total people would understand what that meant, but those 20 people, 15 of them won't watch anymore. 3 of them do watch but aren't in the stream. 1 of them is there when you said it, and another one's probably like dead or something. Statistically. That's wild. No more 89 exchange? Nope. For our grind, it's infinitely better for the 8320. Will you be live this weekend? Yes, Sunday, but not Saturday. Saturday, I'm doing my connection group party at my apartment, so I'll be watching Championship in Sunderland preseason in the morning, getting a workout in, and then I'll have my party throughout the day, so I won't have time to stream. But Sunday after church, we'll get back to grinding. Does anyone truly believe we're getting 85+10 unlimited tomorrow? I'm under the assumption it's going to be a week. In a week we'll get it. I don't think there's a world where we get it tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be like 10 to 15 times a day. I could see that. You get that reference? It's going to be a light bulb moment. I mean, there's people who will do references like that from like 10 years ago or almost 10 years ago that none of you guys would understand. Like, I'm going to drop a niche topic. I am back from college for the summer. I'm doing a zombie stream. Ascension. Hold on. Nope. Yes. I'm playing Black Ops 3 Ascension. I'm in my room. I get a donation. What do I do next? The donation has a comment on it. I do what the comment says. Does anyone in chat know? This would have been like 8 years ago. This will be the last stream before I go. Timon, well, if we don't say goodbye to you, brother, later, we'll miss you, man. Yeah, I barely open packs now. I've been streaming the FC26 beta like 6 hours a day. Dude, I don't have access to the beta. How is the beta? Are you enjoying it? Nope, when this was going on, I was 9, so probably was playing in some park. That was crazy if we were already chatting at that age. Reword that. That would have been crazy. Relax with the wording, buddy. That could be misconstrued. Would have been a bit weird, yes. I agree. I don't think EA cares here. Been streaming the beta for 4 days. I feel like they should allow people to stream the beta. If they want more transparency. And they want people to see like how the game is and stuff. And get people excited to pre-order it. I think their fear is people are not going to like certain things. Or see it looks the same in certain ways. Then therefore, Now I want to get it. I think I've only been here for 4 or 5 years. I remember the first stream I was in, I asked you to Google the Patrick Thistle mascot. You should Google it again, see if you remember it. Nothing weird's going to pop up, right? Hold on, I'm going to do this. The mascot? Park tick. Gotcha. How did one decide on this mascot? I don't remember exactly what it looked like. I remember someone telling me to look up a mascot and being confused at what I was looking at. It wasn't this, it was this one. I saw this one. Yes. Let's see how it supports Scotch Second Division. I hope they make it to the Premiership. I would love to see that team play like a Ross County or something. Jeez. Yo, if you guys are enjoying the stream, do me a favor, smack the like button, subscribe if you're new. Wild stream so far. Oh, were they the ones that relegated you guys? Uh-oh. Or are they your rivals? Is that a Derby I'm unaware of? I'll be gone. Love you, Mumbo. I'll give you an update in a month or so. This will be giving you all my pack luck for FC. Hey, appreciate you, buddy. Everyone say bye to Timon. And the Lisa Simpson on Meth mascot. Could you imagine that mascot at FC26? Like, imagine celebrating with that as you score a goal. 3-0 up, second leg of playoffs against them. 20 minutes to go. Lost on pens. Oh, no. I guess you can say his time is... time it up. He's up. Oh, dude. That's my level of joke, alright? I feel like you have to have at least 5 kids to make a joke like that. Oh, dude, I got something in my eye. Oh. 1 second, I'm sending a text. Alright. So you want to know what's fun? We've been live for almost 2 hours. Do you know how many new re-release cards we've gone? We started at 210. We're at 210. I truly don't know what else we can do. And it's not even like... I mean, R9 is just going to be hard to get in general. But you're telling me, out of all the FIFA seasons I've gone, there's no Shaqiri? I haven't gotten a single Shaqiri? I guess we had one. I wasn't paying attention. So we're technically at 211, boys. Let's play this game with other cards. What maybe else do we not have? Let's do Wales. I know we can do like most recent, but most recent's going to have some other stuff too. Surely no Bale. Yeah, no Bale. Ooh, Harry Kane. Yep, no Harry Kane. Okay. Spam raid 410s. Discard all under 88 raids. You're bound to get some decent packs. True. We should honestly start getting wasteful. That's probably the next part of the grind is... Yeah. Could even build to 1,000 and do a video. Could bang. Dude, I would love to, as like a live stream project with you guys, build the 8510s. Oh, wait, dude, if we're not going to be live Saturday, I kind of hope the 8510 Unlimited doesn't come. But if it does, then Sunday will be, how many can we do in a single day? Couldn't even touch FC25 after playing the beta, just feels so bad compared. Alright, we're starting to build up a lot of these. Oh no, we were gonna switch it. That's right. Dupe Bastoni. So in there even has a 342 mil club value. He spammed them 7.5k packs for days. Surge, 99 Nuno, 98 Cancedo, Bastoni, Vinny, and 397 Pele's with 4 to the Ronaldos and 10 Zikus. What are you doing with the Ronaldos? Why are you holding them? What are you planning to do with them one day? No clue. Just admire them. No, I know what you mean by it just feels like you should. I get that. Alright, this is going to be sick too. So we're going to take a break from the Team of the Weeks. We're only going to do 88 exchanges. And spamming 84+10s into more 84+10s with the Team of the Seasons. This feels right. It shows kids in years to come. This is what SBC Storage used to be, only 100 players. Tough time. Back in my day. Dude, you know what's crazy? If I, at some point, have kids, you know how, like, when you hear about, like, your parents' or grandparents' lives, it was kind of before social media. Surely they could like take photos and stuff, or there might be like some sort of video out there of some things, but like you mainly just hear stories. Imagine like my child being able to look up MumboElite and like Libertador's grind like 50 years in the future. It's gonna be such a weird thing. Back in my day, we had to open packs ourselves one by one. Now we can open them all with a single button. I want to drop a slur so bad right now against robots, but I don't want to be canceled in the future, so I'm not going to use the robot slur word. But could you imagine how crazy AI will be and like just assistance for video games where you probably can like just AFK grind most aspects of most games? No problem whatsoever. Kids then ask why you not have robot parts and can't fly and teleport like we can. Clip that. I want to use a slur so bad right now. Hey guys, MumboElite here. It has come to my attention that a video is resurfacing. Back when I was in my late 20s, I used a word that was offensive to the robot community. I deeply apologize to all my cyborg friends and supporters. That language I used at the time was due to my inability to understand, you know, the struggles of what robots go through. I have since learned and grown and take full accountability. If you don't want to watch my Libin Sud grinds anymore, I completely understand, but I'm not the same person that you saw in that video. So if you find it in your heart or your motherboard to forgive me, Control delete that history, clear cache, and we can start fresh. Yeah, is KYS, the new KYS, going to be Control delete yourself? Can you say that to a robot? Someone out there with a metal leg or arm is feeling real offended right now. Wait until we get our first AI content creator. that just streams 24/7, has its own personality that builds like a chatbot. Opens packs for you. Quibble Cop. Literally, yeah. Dude, honestly. Bro, I remember when Quibble Cop did that. Was it 5 years ago? He made like a... He was one of the first ones to make like AI of himself. And thought people wouldn't notice that like wasn't his voice or something in the video or some... It was so weird. Think it's his own AI company though? Yeah. But I tell a robot, I hope his System 32 is delete, and I hope he was forced to do the Windows 11 update. Still making videos and shorts and they're terrible. Well, it's probably like... I mean, regardless of what people think the quality of a video or live stream is, or content in general, there is always an audience for it, or there could always be an audience for it. So even though it might not be up to 99% of the world population's idea of a video they'd want to watch, there's still probably 1% that would still watch it, and it just prints infinite money. Now, you might get like a bunch of backlash for that, and there might be actually some negative things that come with it, but there's always an audience no matter what. Which is a weird thing to think about. But it's true, technically. I mean, you see that with content pivots. Like, if you would have asked me 10 years ago, even though I played FIFA, did I expect my channel to be a FIFA channel or EAFC? I would have been like, what is EAFC? Oh, we just backed someone. Stones, cold. Sorry, what was I saying? Like, I would have never envisioned me making the content that I am now at the time. But also at the time, the content I was making, if you gave me the chance to make it today, I don't think I ever would have made it. Because I'd be like, I don't feel like if that'd be appealing. I don't know if that is edited enough. I don't know if there's this. I don't know if there's that. But there's people out there who genuinely like love those videos. It's such a weird thing to think about. I feel like in a lot of ways, I probably would make more videos on the channel with the live streams. Uh-oh. Who did I just submit? Can someone go back 10 seconds in the live stream? I just submitted somebody. Yikes, dude. Not good, fam. They were a dupe surge? Okay, sweet. At this point, it's not really that big of a deal. I shouldn't care. To be honest, once they're in the catalog, we shouldn't necessarily have to keep them, right? Obviously, I want to from a aesthetic standpoint. But like, if we did end up losing one that way, I think that's perfectly fine. So actually, I don't need to be up early tomorrow, so I'll just be in the stream for a little bit. Sounds good, buddy. Welcome back. I don't know how much longer I'll be live. I'm going to go for a run soon and play some footy. Dude, should I invent a skill move? We'll call it the mumbo. We got to figure out what it's going to be, though. Bum, 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 bum. I imagine the mumbo is like a McGeady spin with extra steps. Trying to think something I could actually pull off that might be fun to learn. Like, I like doing the Neymar flick. And I've tried doing the Neymar flick in games. The issue is baiting the defender well enough to push you. And if I'm on the left side of the pitch near the touchline, and I receive the ball from my other defender, and I like take a touch with it, I act like I'm going to pass back, there's a scenario where I could Neymar flick someone. But could we do something into a Neymar flick that would make it the mumbo? Could we... Could we ball drag back and turn twice? So you ball drag back into a Neymar flick. Oof. We'll think of something, man. Please tell me you wear the number 5 when you play football. If you know, you know. I wear the number 14. 14 was always my number. I don't wear a number anymore, but that's what I always wore. 35 and 14 were my two numbers that I always chose. Only works if you do the League SBC at the same time. I could get behind that. Mamba number 5. Do. Boom, 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 boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I haven't heard that song in ages. Foot on the ball, stop the game till you're at SBC. Dude, honestly, have my phone in my pocket. That could work. Pull it out. Submit it SBC while doing some sort of skill move. I'm still pissed that I didn't score that chance last week. I did all the hard work, and then all I had to do was slide it away. That was just 10 gold cards. What the heck, man? EA just midstream patched these. And the next one's going to be like 10 special cards. Watch right here. This one's going to be like 8 specials. Nope, just 3. Herberger. Just got Beckenbauer. Nice. Never stop and just pull it out mid-game. Pause. gets you in trouble at. Yeah, I would not want to refer as someone telling me to pull it out mid-game. Probably, probably not a good idea. Dude, speaking of, not good ideas. Dude, most people in our league are pretty chill. And since it's co-ed, usually you'll have conversations with guys and girls that are on the other team and they don't take it too serious. We played one of the better teams in the league last week, and one of the strikers that was constantly by was a girl, and they had custom kits on. They made their own custom kits. And I literally, early on in the game, just made a single comment in passing. I was like, those are sick kits. And she just looks at me and says, we didn't design them. Okay. Don't know why there's attitude here. It was like I stuck around to have a conversation. We didn't design them. Congratulations. I apologize for making any comment. Let me go back to winning the ball every single time you try to turn me, because you're butt cheeks. She like, oh, should I have followed her home? Did I miss that sign? Night, Chris. See you, buddy. Thank you for your tutorials today. Helping me speed through the menus even faster than before. Now I can be even more degenerate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 need a live inside SBC to stay alive. Need a Kuna and Romero, Cavani or Salvio. Because Mumbo is a hero, but you already know that his streams are the highlight of your whole week. We're going to have to make that a song. One, two, three, four, five. Because you're butt cheeks or because you are butt cheeks? Important distinction. I guess technically she was all the above. Should we have that be the new sub alert? Boom, 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 boom. She's just being humble. She made the kid herself. Dude, I wasn't gonna continue that conversation. I literally turned away and looked at my teammate and I'm like, what the heck? Did you hear that? Wasn't even a question I asked. Just made a single comment. Yeah, I feel like it'd get claimed for sure. Have you ever seen a really pretty footballing woman you've played against? Not only play against, play with. One of the girls on my team, we just flirt with each other like half the time there. It's really fun. Do you mind sharing your Pale Tools template? Sorry if you'd answer this for. Got an ad. I'll show you mine if you show me yours, Champy. Yeah, I can show you real quick. 2-week upgrade. I just have it set to this, low to high. Usually when I have 83s, I'll start with the 83s and get rid of a bunch of them. Some people have it set where it's only 83s. I just like having a mix of the two. Then I have for 84+10. I have 83 to 87s again, but I do most recent, so it's a mix of those. I do 10 of those, and then I do a Team of the Week until I'm out of my club of Team of the Weeks. and then I put in a team of the season that's most recent from my dupe storage. Usually builds up a bunch of those there. And then the final one, I have 88 to 97, player count 4, SBC storage ignore, low to high. Just send everything from my dupe storage into the 88. And then if you did want to do this one, I'm not really doing it as much anymore. I just send... I was sending all gold rares, 87 and above in, but now I could probably change it to honestly just be anything dupe storage. Can you give us some of your flirt moves? I feel like anything I say will... I don't know. I feel like it's so weird looking back at a flirt and explaining it. I guess I could try. I don't even know what to say. Raising up with some live vax? True. That's how I did it. I subbed myself out, got some water, quickly wet on my phone onto the web app, and she like looked over at me and she's like, "Are you playing EAFC25?" And I was on the companion app, and she's like, "You know, you could probably, instead of using the companion app, go to Safari and go to the site called Pale Tools and save it as a bookmark and access EAFC through Safari. And you'd be able to grind the menus even faster." And I said, "Hold on." And I left. I just went home, got my wallet, went to the nearest ring shop, bought a ring, went back and said, "Ma'am, respectfully, this is yours." And she said, "Okay." Flirt number 1. Do you want to see my pale tool? I'm trying to think with zero context, someone not understanding what that means, how freaked out they would be. Do you want to see my pale tool? I don't think it'd be an issue for the player. I think the question is, would Brian sell at this point? Or could they wait another season? Or potentially the winner. I don't know what kind of replacement they have scouted or ready to go. We just got Van Dijk. Wait, we just got Van Dijk. We just got Van Dijk. What? Nah, bro. We submitted a Van Dijk at some point. One of you lied to me. Show me your Kunas and I'll show you my Cavani. Brian asks, will last for 110 minimum. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if Brighton asked for more than 110 and United said yes, they would not only have to, like, fire staff. I feel like they'd have to, like, execute people to get enough funds. Like, people in the last year of work before retirement, just slash all their benefits altogether. Just say, hey, you're going to have to work for the rest of your life. Not here, though. Bye-bye. Dude, Sunderland's going to hijack both of them. I could see that happening. Have you ever seen her toes? Maybe compliment on that. I'm just waiting for Chloe Kelly to whisper what pressure into my ear. Y'all are weird, man. Y'all are weird. I thought I was weird, dude. Could you imagine if Ezek stays, refuses to play, and by doing so, his value rapidly decreases, so Liverpool gets him in the winter for even cheaper, and Newcastle doesn't have the funds to buy a striker? Could you imagine? So if we weird, you're... I know I'm weird. Why are you choosing an 88 exchange over the 89? Because at this point, we're still making unlimited packs. The quality of pack is just infinitely better. If you do the 89 pack, it's 50 players. 10 of them are guaranteed to be an 84 plus, with one of them guaranteed to be an 85. But you have a bunch of lower end stuff that you constantly have to quick sell or put somewhere. If you do the 88 exchange instead and put everything into that, 88 and above, instead of the 89 exchange, the bare minimum you're getting is an 83, worst case scenario, which if you're doing the Team of the Week upgrade like me, the 84 times 10 like me, everything is usable for something while opening a good pack for it. So we're not having to sit on the side and like make player picks. We're not having to sit there and worry about quick selling things, figuring out what to keep. Nothing gets quick sold. Everything has a use. It just makes things infinitely more efficient. Does that make sense? Crazy thing is we pay about 130, 150. So it's good for them long term too. Yeah. I don't think Newcastle's used to being a builder club, though. They're more of a buyer club. So for them to get rid of a player is a little different. I think they want to become one eventually. Also, another way to look at it is... obviously, you get other cards outside of the 10 guaranteed 84 pluses, but you're getting 20 cards that are guaranteed 83 plus. So you're getting at least double or close to double usable cards for the specific grind we're doing. You think Sunderland's business done? Not only is Sunderland's business not done, in my opinion, Fabrizio today confirmed it wasn't done. The wording of his tweet, he said, newest Sunderland signing, more to come soon, I believe was the wording. I mean, we're, right now, there's a center back that we almost for sure have. They're just waiting for their replacement to buy. There's like 3 moving pieces right now. Once that all gets settled, should be announced as a Sunderland player. But Sunderland will probably go for another winger. Probably another goalkeeper too if Pato's injured still. It'll be a backup. Maybe another free agent. Some random wonder kid. They'll buy some more academy players. Not gonna lie, this window's crazy. Everyone's going crazy. Yes, are becoming reliable. Got in. We're cosign. Dude, the thing about this window that's insane, specifically for the Prem, is I feel like the gap already from the newly promoted teams to the rest of the Prem is already so big that you can have insane business as a newly promoted team and still be nowhere near out of relegation. Because, like, think of it this way. Sunderland's initial signings were fantastic. But that probably brought them up to on par with where Leeds was already at. Think how many horses are getting punched at the end of the window? Cameron Lewin as their number 9. I could see that. Did you see Keith shoot down the Colo today? They thought Colo was linked with them, and he's like, crazy day. Not only is he not linked, the plane that you've been tracking is actually Sunderland going to their friendly game and not a new Newcastle signing. Think it's unfortunately time for Everton to go? Why do you say that? I trust we'll be fine, but getting worried that we can't seem to get this right winger over the line. Try a more progressive person. I would love nothing more than to watch Brentford slowly collapse into themselves with their sales. But I feel like they still have enough replacements that they've bought. Players coming back from injury that haven't seen their full potential. I mean, they have a record signing that still hasn't really played for them because he was injured for a lot of last season. I think Sunderland have a better team on paper than the other two promoted sides. I agree. Oh, and you're including Brentford, West Ham, and Everton. Here's where I will differ. If we say starting 11s, you could probably make a case. But if we include squad with substitutions and reserves, the depth is just instantly obscene. So, with that, throughout the course of a season, I feel like makes it extremely difficult for Sunderland. But yeah, I think if you look at Sunderland's potential starting 11 now, they could fight with a lot of the lower half of the table and get points. I don't think that'd be any problem to keep them in games. But the issue is AFCON, injuries, people playing out of position, drops of form. But then again, those are all great problems to have as someone who didn't think they were going up this season anyways. So it's like me discussing which 15 to 30 million pound player we're going to buy next, when last season we were scouting people worth like 500K to 1 mil. Blows my mind. Or we were waiting to see which academy players that Premier League teams have eating scraps of. Then they say, we're sick of you, we're going to send you to the championship on loan. Like, Mark looks like he's going to be fantastic, don't get me wrong. But I have a little bit of a PTSD from Chelsea strikers going on loan at Sunderland. That Mason Burstow is forever going to haunt me. It would be so funny if we do sign Openda. It's like 5 installments. The club wasn't keen on the idea, but the player was desperate for it. Was approached by Newcastle, turned him down. Only one place in the Northeast he wanted to go. Would that be the greatest ever promoted club signing? I think in recent times, Xhaka is currently considered that, right? Like, the caliber of player he is, has, let me put it this way, has a newly promoted team ever signed a player that was on the Ballon d'Or list the year before? take out Xhaka's name. Just say that alone. Has there ever been a newly promoted team that has signed a player that was on the previous year's Ballon d'Or list? And if you would have told me that as a Sunderland supporter, hey, not only are you guys getting promoted via the playoffs this year, and you're going to beat Sheffield United, you're going to sign a player that was on the Ballon d'Or list. I would have been like, you're taking a piss, man. Did Naus go to Knots? Yes, but were they already established at that point? Was that the season after? Or did they get the... Did he sign their first season up? Gino Burrow in the 90s was mental. Jeez. Nelly in the 90s too. It was 2023. Yeah, no. What year did Nottingham Forest get promoted? 21? Yeah, Bolton has to be in without a shout too. Yeah. But also too, I don't know the older ones. Xhaka obviously is in his 30s. But I still feel like he has a few good years left in his tank. I think that's also important, too, of when you're getting said player. Like, what their age is, what part of their career. And that's why the Ballon d'Or list is so important. They did 21? Okay, sweet. I was correct. Like, signing Hendo would have been great, in theory. But then it's got me thinking that way, too, where it's like, think about everything Hendo's won with Liverpool. Coming back to his boyhood club. That has to be a crazy signing. But, like, if Brentford gets a Hendo, how much would, at this point of his career, he really dictate a midfield for a team that in paper should not be fighting relegation? I don't know how much more he pushes it. Xhaka look finish at Arsenal. Leverkusen career revival is crazy. What was the reason he got pushed out? Was he playing a little like out of position or something? Or is it you just not working in their system? Fans absolutely hated him. He got booed off. He was terrible. I'm curious what the reception is going to be when he goes back to the Emirates for the first time. Think it's going to be positive or negative? Honestly, there's some mental ones in the 90s as the PL came into money. Just saw some craziness. Are we going to get to a point where the amount of money in the Prem trickles down? We talked about it trickling down from the Championship to League One. We saw some record signings in the League One last year, and money moving further down the pyramid. But are we going to get to the point where the Championship ever gets, like, the top maybe half of the Championship ever gets to the point where it's so competitive and the amount of money in there is so big that they could potentially... European football sounds crazy to say, but beat maybe half the teams in the Serie A, La Liga, Bundesliga. Just from, like, sheer money alone, the type of team you could build. It's like, I'm trying to think, if you're not placing well in the top 5 leagues outside of England, what revenue money are you getting? Like, what level is it? Like, if you're fighting relegation in the Bundesliga, how much do you get? Probably not crazy, right? 2030, we'll see promoted sides spend 80 and top clubs spending 160 like it's the norm. Dude, price inflation is going to be so crazy, too, that you're going to have, like, unproven Prem players that were on loan in the Championship going for 100 mil. So we go, yep, he's a striker. You take the risk on 100 mil. You know what crazy is that Cicero scored 13 league goals at RB. He's very raw and went for almost 90 mil. Yeah, that was part of the reason why I brought it up, is like, I feel like stats don't always show everything. And obviously with young players, they have room to improve. But Sesko, even though he's good, I don't necessarily know if I'd say it's a panic buy. I don't know whether or not, potentially for that money, how much room you give him to grow. In the sense of 90, we're talking, gets you European football guaranteed almost type of price tag. At least in my head, I'm thinking, it's like, oh yeah, if you're going to spend, you better be spending. You better get something for that. You're seeing the Super League forming since they tried it in the PL anyways. It essentially is the Super League. Oh. No shot. Are we SBC banned? I think it might be one of those glitches where they're not actually in the squad. Oh no, we're good. Yeah, I mean, they could probably go for some Prem-proven players. I don't know, man. Like, it's crazy until it works. And then if it doesn't work, it's even crazier. Look at Villa, the size of the club, even AFC, who I hate. How dare they challenge the status quo? Sell all your players. Dude, are we gonna pack anything new anytime soon? Like, don't get me wrong. Main priority right now, if we can't get the 215, is to transfer all these 84s into 88 exchanges. So we're making progress regardless, but... Dude, the pack weight is so booty cheeks, man. And you consistently lose money, finish like 16th. It's okay if you cherry pick the players of teams above with no penalty. I need to look at the numbers. How much commercially does United make off of like kit sales, international audience during like preseasons and stuff? Because I feel like when we talk about United, not that people don't realize they're a big club, I don't think people realize how big of a club they actually are. Like how much they could actually lose and still be good. That's the crazy thing. And your Liverpool generate more than Barca and Madrid, by the way. Yeah. Like, if you are Newcastle and you miss out on European football, and then you need to spend heavy on a striker, their situation is different than I think United, who can take a risk on a foreign striker who is not necessarily played in the Premier League. And even if you don't qualify for European football, have enough money to rebound in other ways and eventually make it work. The question then becomes, though, what is the expectation at this point? Because I feel like it's been just decline after decline after decline. One of my best mates, he's a United supporter. I saw him at the gym the other day. I was asking him, I'm like, genuinely, we make jokes about like, oh, Sunderland versus United might be like a relegation game. It's like funny and all, but like genuinely, what is United hoping to achieve this season? What is success for United? Is success a European spot? Is success top half of the table? Because like if you're going to commit to a rebuild, obviously results are important to a certain extent, but you need to get the right people in. And you need to make progress in some way. Week to week, month to month, window to window, season to season. I feel like the pieces might slowly be coming together, depending on how the rest of the summer goes. The Man U are huge. They're still in over $1 billion debt. Their fans won't like it, but success for them is literally 8th. I think if you told United that they were going to finish 8th this season, they'd celebrate. I think 10 to 12 is where realistically they'd probably end up. They aren't better than Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea City. They aren't better than Newcastle either. Trust me, I know how PSR works. I trust that you know how PSR works inside out. I'm not challenging you on that. I feel like if you're an Everton fan, you know everything about finances and penalties and... And you're also a fraud investigator. You have a brilliant life, man. Sunderland got more pull than Newcastle? Okay, so question. If Sunderland stays up, hypothetically, let's say by the grace of God and by the finest of margins, Sunderland stays up. Realistically, what happens the next season. No, I know you weren't joking. I'm laughing because I feel like you're, without saying too much about your job, I feel like you do so much good for the world. And you get rewarded by watching your team struggle most weeks, barely not get relegated, and get penalties for stuff that you think other clubs should also get in trouble for. That was what I was laughing. It was like irony. But no, like I'm curious to see like what the pull ends up being for if a newly promoted team stays up with a good foundation. I mean, the TV revenue alone, and then 1 to 2 sales of your current players that did good enough to keep you up, I feel like put you at a really good spot. Well, Italian app, I generally don't know if Sunderland will finish 12th or 16th. Well, the thing is, even if Sunderland goes down with the amount of talent they have and how long their contracts are, like, even if you rebound a few times, if you keep the same philosophy intact, I feel like the amount of money you just build up and the quality of squad just gets better and better over time. Literally giving you the numbers and events that prove how the PL is and has been. Yeah. I'm just excited for the season to start, man. It's crazy to think that next week, a week from now, the Prem is starting. It still hasn't hit me yet. Thing is, players, you got are getting interest from bigger clubs. Obviously, they were sold on the project. I think Sunderland are confident to say. Well, that's the thing too, right? The way Sunderland talks about the project, the way, like, we weren't even supposed to go up this year, but the way we've built ourselves PSR-wise, there's really no harm in trying to go for it. Specifically, what we were having a conversation about, like the opportunity of someone like Openda, I think there's limits to going for it, right? But I do think there's opportunities, right? You look like the Openda type of player, coming into the last year of someone's contract like that, or loan with obligation to buy if you stay up for a certain amount. Like, you can find those right deals and tweak things in a way where you could do some crazy business still. I don't like conspiracy stuff. Obviously, they were sold on the project. Oh, I'm reading two different things. British streams, I don't like conspiracy stuff, only facts and evidence. Can't really turn that part of my brain off. No, I feel you. Who's Sunderland's opener? West Ham, which is funny because Sunderland's playing West Ham at the same light. And the guy we just signed today as a free agent who was playing in the Turkish league for Besiktas used to play for West Ham. And he's now going to play his former team for his first game back. Can I ask for anyone's advice? Depends what advice you're looking for, buddy. But if we can offer help, we'll help. If you're asking how to commit a crime, I will not be helping. But Penna could open the door to other signs. I think it's more just a litmus test to see where Sunderland is. Obviously, they're a relegation side that came up, but like people are saying, and what I'll say again is like, yes, it's an ambitious project, but I think if you get people to believe in it, nothing's really off the table. And that's the wild thing to think about. Is like, already how crazy the window was, the signings they've stolen from people, the other clubs that people were linked to but chose Sunderland over them. All that has blown my mind. Looking for a girlfriend, but I'm not sure how to approach it. How old are you, buddy? Yeah, but yeah, the type of looking at someone like Openda definitely opens the door for people like that. I think just getting Xhaka to the club does that too. Like getting him on a full. If you're a defensive player, if you're a center back trying to get sold on Sunderland and someone who is on the Ballon d'Or list as a midfielder the previous season just joined and you know you have him ahead of you, I would be like, yeah, that even though it's not European football, if I'm coming from a foreign league, even though it's not European football, I really like this position. And if I play well here, they have a track record of giving good moves, so I could go play European football in the Premier League with a different team. See, here's the thing, though. Hot take. I'm glad we sold Job, not only for the PSR reasons, but I don't think Job would have gelled with the midfield at this point of his career. I think eventually, if he keeps growing, it could potentially. But I think the profile of player, you got to be really careful. Because already, Enzo, Diarra, Siddiqui, all three of them like to get up, like to find themselves in pockets of space. Defensively, Diarra and Siddiqui can do work, but nothing like Xhaka can do. When it comes down to closing passing lanes, positionally allowing them to get forward. Job's issue is I don't think Joe would be able to keep up with the pace of what they're trying to accomplish in the Premier League. Although he's a fantastic player, I think the way Sunderland's looking to play in the Premier League, Job doesn't fit that style as of right now. Job's the most obvious 80 mil move to Barca in 2027. What's crazy is I feel like, yeah, someone will sign him for even more potential. And that's like the crazy thing about potential, right? Is like you can sell someone in hopes of they keep getting better. But you could take that as far as you want. Like, oh, I'm going to buy him again. I'm going to buy him again. And then depending on who you're selling to, there might be some clubs where it's like, oh, they just won the Premier League. If you're Liverpool, you have money to spend. Does Newcastle want another 10 mil for their striker? Sweet. Go for it. We'll tag it on. Was Jack a Sunderland fan since childhood? What was his logic? His logic was wanting another challenge. He's a leader. He wanted to go back to the Premier League, but also, too, he's a family man. And one of the first things he did before signing for Sunderland was he called up Jermaine Defoe, which if you look at the context of that, imagine as an Arsenal player, former Arsenal player, calling up a Tottenham Spurs to ask them, hey, I really respect your advice on this. If I were to move to the Northeast and want the best place for my family to live, the best school district, what would you recommend if this was something that would happen? Yeah, I think for him it's another challenge. Doesn't back down from challenges. One last hurrah to try to make it in the Premier League again. You could say, some could say redemption with the way he went out at Arsenal. He could get his get back. I think the most obvious one, in my opinion, for what I'm looking forward to, is could you imagine him against Joelinton in the derby? I feel like the tackles are going to do on each other. I think it's almost a guaranteed bet that Joelinton and him will get yellows, if not a red, between the two of them over the course of the two games. You turned 21 last month. I mean, that's still too broad, I feel like. You're looking for a girlfriend. Are you looking for someone like who you go to school with? Are you looking for someone who has like the same interests as you? Are you looking for someone who like, are you a church going person? Like someone at your church? Like what are like the common things you're trying to overlap with someone or have in common? Because that changes it too. You randomly just trying to meet someone and make them your girlfriend, if you're online 24/7, might be getting a dating app and looking for a specific person through there. If you have more organic things, maybe like you really like football and you have a pickup football that's co-ed, there might be someone there that you share that in common with. Bunch of different routes you can go. Most are not back. They have leverage earnings for the next 10 years. They're in trouble and still keep new build has hit delays this summer. DFB, I got a question since you know a lot about these stuff. Why are Barca so broke for a big club? Look at his name. He's looking for someone that makes him Squirtle. Sevia, what's up, bud? Me, as they're, long as they're nice and kind, I'd love that. Yeah, dude, I'd love that too. I mean, I guess it depends on your style. Some people want that out front. Some people look for more of like a friendship with someone and see if something comes from that. I can't recommend anything specific for you because I don't know exactly what your situation is. I feel like the context heavily depends on who you'd be talking to as well. But I would just say try to read the room as best as possible. Feel a connection with someone, but they're not in the same spot. Respect where they're at and kind of see where it can go from there. Someone else is like super interested into you and you don't know how to feel about them. Maybe like see where that goes and take it from there. Why EA ain't give me a beta code? Dude, I maybe have a beta code and just didn't look for it. I'm not sure. How to do this grind? I am doing 84+10s, 88 exchange, and Team of the Week upgrades mainly. My 88 exchanges, I'm getting an 83+20. Gives me plenty of cards to do the Team of the Week upgrade if I need a inform for the 84+10. And if I'm packing Team of the Seasons, I get it there anyways. That in and of itself is already an unlimited grind. And I'm building up more packs than I start with. Non-stop. I open 84+10s, I build more 88 exchanges. I open up more 84+10s, I build more 84+10s from it. I open up the 88 exchanges, I make more 88 exchanges from it. Oh! You're the gamer. Gotcha. Yes. Okay. That makes more sense now. Welcome back, buddy. How you been, dude? I guess my question to you would be, has anything changed since the last time we talked? Have you tried to put yourself out there in any way? Or is that what you're looking to do now? Looking for that next step? Because I remember last time we talked to you, we gave some potential suggestions. Yeah, your specific case can also be difficult for different reasons. This is legit the best video I've seen on YouTube. Dude, yes! I told you, bro. Even the goat knows. Can you make a video on that if you are? I mean, I don't feel like it needs a video. Have you used Pale Tools before? If you're new to Pale Tools and stuff, you might have to watch like a video on that. But I feel like if you are used to Pale Tools, the grind's kind of self-explanatory. If not, stay around for the next few minutes and just kind of watch how we recycle. Like, for example, there, Team of the Season, right? So I put the cards that I get right back in. If I have Team of the Weeks, I use Team of the Weeks. If I run out of Team of the Weeks, I use the Team of the Seasons I get. So that in and of itself, the recycle, running low on golds, but I'm getting a lot of special cards. My dupe storage, so now I'm clearing my dupe storage. Building up a bunch of 88 exchanges from the things we're packing. This just non-stop. So here's an example of some of those we open. So now we got more space there. So now if I'd open 83+20s, which I'm trying to save these up, so I'm not going to open too many of them. Like there, you see we got more cards. We can make more Team of the Week packs. We can make more 84+10s. Get more specials. You just keep rinsing and recycling over and over and over. Yeah, I'm good. Thanks, mate. And nothing much changed. I do want to take the approach to go out more, but it's kind of difficult in this current situation. Obviously, I don't know the extent of how difficult Crohn's is. I will say, though, life in general, in many areas, you can make progression, even if it's not much. I wouldn't go all out. I would slowly see if you can work your way up to stuff. A perfect example of this, if you want to add it with like fitness related stuff or just like getting outside in general, go take a walk around your neighborhood. See how it makes you feel. If you can't make it around your neighborhood, go down the street. Go to the corner and back. Then maybe, if you can make it around your neighborhood, try to go twice around your neighborhood. Try to test limits that way in situations where you're also getting some form of physical exercise to kind of see how your body reacts to that. Always in distance of a restroom, though, if needed. It's low risk. Socially, you're not putting yourself in a situation where you're with a bunch of mates and there's no toilet nearby and you have an accident. But you're building up kind of not only the physical ability to show yourself like, hey, I can go this long, or like, oh, my body's reacting well to this. You're mentally building up confidence, whether or not you believe it at the time. And I feel like that confidence over time will just keep snowballing into other areas too. I feel like part of your issue with, not that you can't get a girlfriend, because I believe you can. I believe you're very self-conscious. And it's very hard for you to build confidence with your Crohn's disease. But I feel like the more you show up for yourself in these little areas, you're going to build a track record for yourself that you can put yourself in these scenarios and do well. And I think that's going to be the difference maker for you, bud. That really changes things for you. Need a lady to help me with League SBCs? Brother, I'll do the League SBCs for you, man. Go out and find someone else. we'll make this work. I'll be babysitting duty, but the babysitting is me doing the menus for you. Prize money isn't that big. Consistently getting to the Final Four of CL will help, though. Luckily, they have the best academy in football history that keeps producing superstars. Yeah, dude, imagine where Barca would be if they didn't have as good of an academy as they do. No. Pokemon, take that back, buddy. No. I am not. I am willing to help you. That's different. I guess you... We just got Harry Kane. We just got Harry Kane. We just got Harry Kane, boys. We're at 212. This might be possible. There's hope. We could do this. Sorry, I can't take it back. Sorry. Okay. Well, obviously I'm not a girlfriend. Let's change the wording of that, okay? I am a friend, a friendly person you know online. Right? Me helping you with something like League SBCs, menu grinding when you're looking for a relationship, is probably what? Some sort of benefit for you. So I guess I could be a friend with benefits. Technically speaking, would be the classification you're looking for. Don't know if that's any better, though. Funny enough, their fans seem really confident if Isak stays another year, Barca will be able to tally 130 mil offer. Just messing with you. Am I sharing my screen? So okay, we're good. 84+10s. Alright, out of golds again. More to the weeks. Dude, I'm very curious. If we don't get 85+10s repeatable tomorrow, which I'm hoping we don't. I hope we get it next week. Once I get out of these 84+10s and turn them all into 83+20s, I'm curious how many 84+10s I could build up from there. Because I feel like the number only gets larger and larger. We got coal as well. Let's go. Yeah, but no, all jokes aside, buddy, I feel like doing little physical things for yourself while you're getting outside, going on walks, kind of testing your body, I feel like that's the perfect kind of hybrid / combination that could potentially really help you, man. I'd be interested in hearing how that goes. Because what? You don't do many social things, right? Outside or with people? You're mainly kind of, not bedridden. Just kind of in the comfort of your own house. Wonder why I got forced out of Barca? Was it money? Did they need to make money? Did they need money? Definitely would work. I can try it at some point. Yeah, not really the only time I really go out is when I'm in the hospital. We're gonna give you a new strat. Drop everything I talked about before. We're gonna find you a cute nurse. Okay? You know, she already likes taking care of people. So she'd have no problem wanting to take care of you. Plenty of time to talk with her, have conversations. The issue is, though, if you're not interested or if she's not interested, you got to get a new nurse each time. So this might become expensive if you're in the United States. If you're somewhere else and it doesn't cost money, you might have a chance for this model to work. It's like menu grinding, right? You're opening an 84+10, trying to get a 99 footies, but you're not guaranteed to get a 99 footies. It might take you 15, 20 packs till you even get a promo card you don't have yet. But eventually, you'll land a 99. Eventually, you'll find that nurse. Or a restraining order. But either way, you'd have closure. Don't know about that, buddy? Hey, you asked for advice. You didn't specify whether it was good advice or bad advice you were looking for. So, try to mix in both, man. How to not get a girlfriend with Mumbo. Dude, I mean, you're asking the guy who doesn't have a girlfriend how to get a girlfriend. Let's be honest. That's like asking, Foot Champs person who's 20-0. Hey, bro, can you tell me how to grind the menus? Wrong place, brother. Wrong place. Did you just compare FIFA menu grinding to exploiting free universal basic healthcare for an intimate relationship with a nurse? I didn't compare. I contrasted. And I stick to it. Well, you're a good-looking guy. You will have 20 ladies after you. Thank you, buddy. I wish that were true. Smithy, Mumbo just wants to get a fit nurse. I would not want a nurse, actually. I talked to a girl who was a nurse. Nurses, although can be fantastic people and absolutely love their job, I couldn't imagine how long the hours are and how stressful that could be. I feel like that line of work, it's very hard for people to not take that home with them. Think I've just cracked the formula? Uh-oh. The Barca money, or... dental assistants. You know, they're all 10 out of 10s with sociable hours. Checks out. If I could try this, would be my Riz. I fell over for you. Can I have a plan? Nah, don't do any Rizin. Keep that internet stuff out of real life. Have a normal conversation with people and see where it goes, man. Did I pause the music, or is it just... Oh, we're getting to the... You want to know what's crazy? When did we make this playlist? $2021. Remember shadowboxing? This was the gameplay music. Swear apart from online, no one does Riz anymore? Well, it depends on where you are. If you're like at a bar or a place where you're never going to see someone again, your intentions are probably a little different than a shared space where you'll see a person week in, week out. You're trying to grow a connection with them. Okay, so I basically started around 1,000 8410s and 0 8320s. So by opening, or not opening 300 because we've recycled a ton, by getting this number down 300, we've gotten this number up to 367. I feel like by the time we ever got this to 0, if it ever does become 0, before the 8510s, this number would be close to 1,500. Yeah, it's stuff the pervy 70-year-old men that the pretty nurses have to put up with. True. See, you know what my problem is? I don't know if anyone else feels this way. My problem is I am deathly afraid of coming across as a creep So it's very hard for me to... I never know, like... How do I word it? I feel like I try to read the room too much and I don't take enough chances. But I also don't want to overstep. That sometimes it makes things very difficult. But there's a lot of good in that too. One of my best friends is a nurse and she's really pretty. Just be polite. Oh, dude. 100%. What you gotta do is you gotta build... This is gonna come across as... I mean, this is just genuinely true. But it's also helpful. I don't want to imply that this... Do this to get this. But in general... If you build up a friend group that is men and women, guys and girls, whatever your age is, there's enough kind of like, how do you word it? If you build up a friend group with the intentions of making friends and you genuinely enjoy hanging out with people and you're expecting nothing else from it, you get a lot of people in your life that you genuinely enjoy being around, and they usually enjoy being around you too. And even if that person's not interested in you, if they have friends that might be interested, they're a good kind of in-between. Like, I have a... I don't want to explain too much about this. Yeah, never. I'm not going to speak on it. I don't want to overstep. This is Mumbo's dream girl. He would, like a 50-year-old lady. In his mind, he calls her 21, and she has to grind 25 hours a day for League SBCs. Married at least 1 million times. Hardly a meet cute. Yeah, it's a very vulnerable situation to be in. You're exposed in more ways than one. Perfect. 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 All dupes still? Harry Kane is not a dupe. That's where we draw the line. Okay. Let's build up some more Team of the Week packs. But no, I was going to say too, the nice thing about like common interests is like, for example, at my Monday football league, that's co-ed. Like, you're with the same people each week and you have an interest in the thing you're doing. You probably have interests in other areas, so it's very easy to talk to people and hang out with people, whether there or outside of there. It's very low risk is the way I should put it. Low risk environment. She saw my balls and my arse before we even knew each other's names. Wedding speech writes itself. Dude, I couldn't imagine having a job where I have to look at, like, old man ass all day. I see enough in the locker room at the gym I joined. I knew it was, like, a stereotype, but I kid you not, like, the first time I walked in, literally 2 elderly men just completely naked walking around. No care in the world. It's like, oh. And then the other day I went to go take a piss. And right by the urinals is the scale to weigh yourself. And this old man stripped completely naked and stepped on the scale. Completely exposed. No care in the world. Did a 360. Took his time to put his clothes back on. Stood right there. Near the sinks. Didn't go back to his locker. Just walking around with his balls out. Crazy, man. Don't fancy being a Newcastle United coach then? Nah, I'll pass. Has anyone been paying attention to all my packs number? We've always been above 1,000. It might have been briefly above 1,100, but it seems like it's staying between like the 1050 to 1,100 range as we're doing this. I'm sure I could force it above right now. Especially with the Team League upgrades. Probably do it. Why is that men over 50 at the gym or swimming pool, changing rooms, put literally every item of clothing on before pants? Dude, it's either they have no care in the world, no shame, mix of the two, or they just genuinely don't know. I'm convinced that some of them just don't realize they're doing it. And then I put the 1% that are doing it on purpose. Which I don't even want to think about. That sounds wild. Dude, we just got directly to 1,100, I think. As we pack wood. Speaking about wood. So the old men in the locker room. The other day, this old guy was adjusting his shirt collar and tie in the mirror. No pants on, arse out. Dude, they'll bend over too. Like, we have the mirror. Oh. Like, the urinals are behind the sinks. The sinks have the mirrors. The mirrors point directly behind to some of the lockers. And some old men will, like, purposely change right there. And, like, bend completely over. Ugh. I can't, man. Some people, dude. I feel like if I can get one more, if I can get to 213, I will believe it's possible to hit this number. We technically have, what, a week? plenty of time. If I can hit Bale. It's Bale, R9, and 94 Maldini. For the final three, for those of you wondering. Second 213 since Thursday. No team sees Mbappe or Cruyff. I had to put Cruyff in an SBC because I got multiple of them. It's funny how some people have others multiple times and others have none. They're like 12 plus Yamals. Seven more team of the weeks. Could you imagine showing someone this Pale Tools with EA removing the SBC bans a few weeks ago? Like, imagine the start of Footies showing someone this. They would think you're cheating in some way. Hey, man. Did you pay off EA? Bro, slow down. But again, EA, if you're taking ideas for next year, I would much rather have pack weight be way less and you give us the ability to not get SBC banned as a good trade-off. I would also take exchanges earlier than last year and this year for the next game, even if the pack weight's even less or the version of an exchange is worse than what they currently are and they build up. I would like a place to put fodder all year regardless. Give us the choice, you know? Because, like, this keeps people on the game, whether people like doing this or they're doing it because it feels like a chore but it's working towards a goal of theirs, or whether it's to build up packs for a promo, whether it's to build player picks. I just like the simplicity of all this. It's very soothing to my brain when I know exactly what I'm doing. When we're trying to put in new commands and not submit people in our club, it can be frustrating. If you make something unlimited repeatable, it should not be limited by SBC bans. Yep, exactly. Because, like, we've been calling most things unlimited since very early on in this game cycle. But the idea of unlimited has always been, in theory, time obviously stops you no matter what. Is your biggest limitation. But also, like, the SBC bans. Realistically, how many cards you could buy out a day for, like, League SBCs, how many runs you could go through without having to use tradables versus untradables, if we had daily broad, silver, gold, how those things could go. Now it's just like, hey, you probably pack 210 out of the 215 You're probably stuck waiting for the final few. If you want to keep grinding at this point, you can. Otherwise, touch grass before 26 comes out. The actual SBC description says unlimited. It's borderline false advertising by limiting its proxy with bans. True. Yeah. It's very factual. I'm hoping to get the 215 sooner than later so I can go for the 99s and the 1 of 5 and really focus on that. Until then, I think I really just want to buckle down and do this nonstop. Even if they said 500 times repeatable, it'd be better and more transparent. But, like, I would also enjoy that, too. Like, take the idea of unlimited, but change it to, like, hey, we're going to give you this stuff earlier in the year, but we're only going to give you 100 a day, 200 a day, 300 a day. Most people won't get to those numbers anyways. If the back weight's not the best, it'd just be something fun to do. Like, I'm a firm believer of day one of the game, we should have a daily bronze, daily silver, and daily gold. We should very quickly after the game starts have an exchange system, whether it's a limited one or the packs aren't as good. We should have something. We should always have some sort of player pick on the menus that gets better over time. I feel like those are relatively easy things to implement without breaking the game or destroying like pack weight or pack odds. But when in doubt, make it harder. I will say, though, all this just indicates to me how much more I want to focus on liquid coins over League SBCs next year, earlier on in the year, because I can't imagine how broken my brain would be if we were still trying to do League SBCs at this point. Could you imagine having to focus on those like little steps or buying the certain cards? I'd lose it, man. Without the fear of bans would be good, for instance, for people who have limited time. They only have 2 hours with work. Yep, and also, too, with that, I think it was a foot account in his interview with, I'm blanking on his name. He used to be in the FIFA community. He works for EA now. Not only do they know about Pale Tools, it sounds like they're inspired by Pale Tools. So I'm hoping not only is Pale Tools something that people are able to still use. Yeah, Jamie. Not only do I hope Pale Tools is something people are still able to use, I hope EA asks people what the main appeal of Pale Tools is if they don't already know it, and start implementing some of those things for them. Like, the one I think would be the easiest to do, you see it in most video games. If you play any sort of like RPG where you're collecting any sort of resource and you're crafting into something else, you have the option of, if you have I'll do one better. Everyone's played Minecraft. If you get a piece of wood in Minecraft, just straight from a tree, you can turn that into 4 planks by a single piece of wood. But if you have 2 pieces of tree that you chop down, you can turn that into 8 because each one gives you 4. And you can kind of stack that over and over. if I have 100 gold commons in my club, and it takes 5 gold commons to make a player pick, I shouldn't have to keep submitting 5 gold commons. I should have a scale all the way up to a max that says, hey, you have the ability to create 20 player picks right now. Would you like to? And if they want to make it where a message comes up and shows you all the cards that you'd be able to submit, and you can scroll through and see like, hey, yep, I'm fine with that. Or kind of like Pale Tools, they come up with their own lock system where it's like, if it's not a lock card, put it in. I would love that. It's not like they don't have the ability to do those things. It's just those type of actions don't directly affect their bottom line in the way EA has been pushing for a while with like promo packs and stuff like that. But if they realize keeping the player base on and engaged also can lead you to not only the bottom line, but put you in an even better position than you were before, I think that's best of both worlds. Like, even recently, I used to be completely against FIFA points. Not only from the standpoint of I wouldn't buy them for myself, I wouldn't promote them. If people talked about FIFA coins, or like why I don't do pack openings, even with like money and do that sort of thing, I would talk about like all the negative things with like the gambling aspect of it, the pack odds, how I feel like it's not necessarily fair compared to like the menu grind. My stance has drastically changed over the years, where I feel like as I have less and less time in my day to do the things I want to do, I see FIFA points or like spending money as a way of like making a, not only a shortcut, but a potential good investment. And like for Evos, that was the thing for the longest time. If something wasn't worth spending 500,000 coins for an Evo, but it was a few bucks, that might be worth it. Because like at a job, it might be like 10 minutes worth of work for that Evo. Is like the correlation. Versus the early game, maybe a month of grinding coins for that Evo. You know what I mean? To the point now where it's like, dude, I would completely spend a lot of FIFA points if there were certain guarantees or it made certain grinds easier. If unlimited was something you could buy, I'd spend probably up to $50 for it. If there wasn't obvious benefits of Pale Tools, it's the small frustrations, such as building PPs on console takes you to store after each one, so you have to go back to the SVC. Yep. Literally. It's all those little things that add up. And it doesn't seem like that big of a deal when you do like one or two, but when you do them in bulk, it really becomes a big deal. It's less about the stigma of people spending money on something they enjoy, so long as it's adults, more getting some value for the money, so they're not ripping off fans. Yep. And when you get accustomed to a certain amount of value for the money, and then you feel like they're drastically changing that, and you feel like a sucker for it, that frustrates me too. Yeah, my tune definitely now is like, if the value's there, go for it. Still show everyone ways you can do it without ever having to spend that money, but Bale, we just got 9. I hate this game. I hate this game. EA, you suck. EA, you're horrible. EA, I'm genuinely pissed. EA, this is going to sound like the most privileged thing ever, but I'm genuinely pissed right now. If you have been watching my streams for the past week, EA, I have been begging for 94 Bale. 94 Bale for my catalog collection. How is it the case I get a 99 Bale who's worth, was it 9 mil? Before I get the 94 version. Can someone explain that to me? I'm still searching for his 94. I bet his 94 is worth like How much we reckon his 94 is worth? Let's look this up. He is worth 178,000 coins. We got one worth 9 million, but we can't get the one worth 178,000. The Maldini remittance 43k. We'll get multiple team of the season Van Dijks. And again, I am happy we got Bale. Don't get me wrong. Anytime we get a 9 million coin player, it's a blessing. But it's just the logic and the amount we've been grinding, the amount of packs we open that's killing me. So when it becomes market manipulation and false advertising, nobody can convince me they don't manipulate pack weights, etc. Drop rates are market demand linked. Look at 84 Mendy. Yep, to a certain extent, I feel like they are. There might be some like tweaks to the code here or there, but yeah, it's 100% part of it. Yeah, literally got the best version of the card. First world problems. And proceed to get asked what my best pull is, and it's Bale as I'm playing a game. And someone's asked me why I'm not using Bale as I'm using my Sunderland team. Incoming. That's why we were running into a bunch of dupe storage issues. I was wondering why we kept filling up so fast. Hey, Mumbo, have you packed the 94 Bale yet? Yeah, that's incoming. What are you still missing? Yeah, I have 214 out of 215. I just need the 94 Bale. We just packed the 99 Bale. I don't care if we're using Team of the Seasons. I'm just going to push all the way through. Pile. Perfect. Look at that. Over 450. 8320s. And we're almost at 1,100 packs. Crazy, crazy grind, boys. Yep, submitted the locked player. We had to do your SBC thing of going to the deep storage and put them in by hand, but it works. Yes, sir. I didn't realize we've almost been live for 4 hours. Dang. Time has flown by. Done any Mala Nuno Mendes, but gutted. I haven't. Is Messi 99? Unbelievable. You should have a Messi 99. You deserve it. I just realized we're going to get to the point tonight where it switches and we're going to have more 8320s than 8410s. Let's go. My friend I play co-op with has done 3089 exchanges since Team 1 and had 99 CR7. Those accounts are always my favorite. Like, I have a buddy who doesn't grind the menus a lot, will play Foot Champs, spends hundreds upon hundreds of dollars each year on the game, mainly during the Team of the Year, and he'll pack half the Team of the Year. And my voice just went again. Sorry. He'll pack like half the Team of the Year. Did we update the 213? No, we're at 212. We need Bale, Maldini, and R9. Okay, we are at 212. I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, because we packed 99 Bale. Yeah. How could I forget? Yeah, we're already at almost 80, or we're at 80 plus stoops already. It's crazy how quick you fill up. Imagine someone doing this on console. Bum, 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 bum. Let's hit the weeks. 85. He was moaning he didn't get Sun. I have, and I said I've done over 20. Asked me how many I've done. I said of the 89, 4,923 so far. So no one's saying another word. I love how some people like just don't know pale tools exist or any of that, so you tell them, and it makes it sound like you're lying. Where it's like, how is that the case? It's like, brothers, there's levels to this. Maybe the best way to find the right girl is to meet them in public. LOL, but I'm not very good socializing. A lot of times in public is the best place to meet people because there's, you got social groups you can be a part of. There's communities, things like that where organically, if you have similar interests, you feel a vibe with someone, want to see where it goes. That works really well. It's my favorite way of doing it, honestly. Especially when it's something you know you're both going to go back to and you can build something over time. That's beautiful, man. You like finding them in the street, maybe not the best idea. It's probably my best bet at the moment. I'd be careful of that, though. Like, there's nothing wrong with, like, if you find someone attractive, wanting to approach them. But a lot of times, too, I would check your intentions of, like, what it is you're looking for. Are you just trying to find, like, someone you find very attractive and then ask them out from that? Or are you trying to get to know someone, too? Especially if you're looking for a relationship. Looks only get you so far. Obviously, you want to be attracted to the person you're with, but relationships are a lot deeper than that. It's like anyone that's not a gold digger. Well, even that, you got to define what like gold digger means. Like, if someone feels like they want to be provided for, is that gold digging, or is it mainly someone who's just flirting with you to try to like get free drinks and stuff? Track record of dating is a girl I go to school, college, uni, or work with. I hate dating apps, but as I get older, I should probably use them. I feel like I'm very hit or miss with dating apps. I feel like dating apps are nice for kind of like people that you might like have a ton of interest with, but maybe live a decent bit away, but outside of that, I feel like it's so much easier just finding someone in person. Because then too, it's like the build up with everything is just, everything means so much more. Like, I matched with a girl from California and I'm from Wisconsin. And like that whole process of like getting to know her through that, it's like, oh, realistically, like I'm really never ever going to see you unless one of us spends an outrageous amount of money to travel to see the other. Then I found out her grandparents lived in Wisconsin, about 2.5, 3 hours away from where I live. I was going to go up there and take her on a date when she came to see her grandparents, and I'm like, what am I doing, dude? Like, realistically, are we going to be able to have time to really get to know each other? It'd be great to see her in person, but, like, realistically, are we just trying to play this out to see how far it goes and then break each other's hearts later? Or are we just going to, at the start, be like, hey, realistically, with the distance, this isn't going to work. But if ever down the line you want to revisit, leave the door open. That's flirting, but someone who wants a £1 million mansion and a Ferrari. Yeah, I mean, that's where the getting off the internet is important too. Because it goes both ways. Like, if you're not wanting a woman to be superficial for certain stuff about you, you got to make sure you're not superficial for what you're looking for in a woman either. I feel like it can be very easy to downplay it one way or another, but both are affected. Like, I'll be dead honest with something of mine, just for like transparency. As much as I like wish I was in a relationship, like I want to be married one day and have kids, it's not because I don't have options. It's because the people who are interested in me, I'm not interested in. And the people I'm interested in, they're either not interested in me or they're not looking for that same thing. Which makes it very weird in my head when it comes to like interacting with that. Because it's like, oh, there's people who would like love a family and kids I'm not attracted to nor see a future with. Then there's people that I'm attracted to, would love to see a future with, but they're just looking to sleep with you, and I don't want that. And then there's people that's like, oh, I'm attracted to, I think they're absolutely great, we get along together, I could potentially see a future with this person, but they don't know how they feel yet, or they're not in a position where they're ready to date. And it's like, oh, dude. That's like the nuance of like getting older and maturing and realizing like people have their own stuff going on, and sometimes it could potentially be like the right person at the wrong time, or the wrong time and the right person, or it. I know eventually it's going to work out. It's not worth stressing, but when you're currently in it, it's very frustrating and difficult if you let it take too much energy up. I just hate superficial stuff on that side of social media, so it doesn't work well with my personality, to be honest, but it's the modern way. I get on so well with a girl at work, and we flirt, but she has a boyfriend. Yeah. I feel that. Comes to girls who have the worst luck knowing me. I will find a girl attractive, then I find out it's a lady boy. How things going? Haven't been here in a while. Miguel, how are you, brother? Things have been going really well, man. Grinding this promo like crazy. So far, it's working out really well. I just got 99 bail, so I technically should be happy, but I'm missing his 94 in my catalog, so I'm a little frustrated. I mean, Smithy, we might hit a point, buddy, where... Might not be, or not Smithy, the Pokemon card collector. We might be hitting a point where if you're really desperate, we might have to start changing the search requirements. If you're on the transfer market and you're only trading with gold cards, might be time to snipe a silver, buddy. Been on the gym grind. I already lost 100, or I said 100 G's. 10 pounds. Awesome, dude. Have you, did you go into it with like a certain like weight goal? If you weighed this much, you want to get down to a certain weight? Or is it just like, in general, you want to be healthier, and by being healthier, you've lost 10 pounds? Not a bronze card. Brother's over here wanting a inform when he should be doing BPM. You gotta build up your club, man. Sometimes you need the bronze cards to get to the team of the years. I'm joking. We should never make that comparison. That's awful. Try being in your 30s and not wanting kids but wanting a relationship. It's tough when girls want kids and you don't. Funny enough that you mentioned that. One of my good friends, him and I are in our late 20s, and he's in that boat where he wants a relationship, but he doesn't want kids. And he knows the people he talks to usually want kids, and even if they say they don't, they're hoping like one day you change your mind. That's I can only imagine how difficult that is, because yeah. That puts you in a very limited camp, I feel like. But there's always people out there, man. So don't let that discourage you. By being healthier, not eating as much as I used to. Heck yeah, brother. I'm in the same boat. Let's go. Okay, we're out of those. We're about to hit 500, boys. Oh my gosh. Crazy. Broke my last relationship. It's like a form of emotional blackmail. I want to have kids because I want to be a dad. I want to have kids because I want to be a dad, not because I want to make her happy only. Wait, are you saying if you want to have kids, it's because you want to be a dad? Or are you saying the emotional blackmail is because you're thinking for yourself, you'd want to be a dad, but not wanting... I'm a little confused. So I think I could get you a girlfriend, but imagine I just ask my non, can she hold the controller? Did you play squad battles for me? As you said, broke up your last relationship. Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, let me ask you that question. I guess a two-parter, and if you don't want to answer it, you don't have to. But the first part is, like, when you say you, like, don't want kids, is there, like, a specific reason for that? Like, I know lifestyle might be one of those with kind of your line of work and stuff. Like, is there, like, specific reasons? But then kind of like a part two to that, depending on your answer, like, do you feel like if you ever met the right woman, you would potentially have your mind changed or, like, want kids with her? You doing the 80 exchange instead? Yep, this is infinitely better for if you're doing the 84+10 grind and you're needing Team of the Week packs. This is the perfect mix because you get 20 cards guaranteed. All of them are minimum 83, so you can throw it in the Team of the Week upgrade or the 84+10, and you're wasting no cards. Versus the 50-player pack, you're sitting there having to figure out what to store, what to quick sell. You're probably having to put things in a player pick if you're not wanting to be wasteful. This is just straight grind into grind into grind, and we're still building more packs than what we started with. So it's not like we're giving up the unlimited aspect. She's very old, but she could. Listen, I'm not looking for any expert. We'll put on beginner mode, but if she can get me 400 coins a game, man. Ooh, you know what? I wonder if they're going to have offline tournaments at all. If I can sit AFK instead of squad battles and do offline tournaments and get, like, a coins or packs at the end, that could be sick. Dude, I'm looking forward to the gauntlet, and I'm really excited for this next game, man. And you know what thing I always do in my head that makes sense to me, but it might not make sense to others? I don't see it as EAFC25 is a little more than a month away. I see it as the championships started today. We are 1 week away from the Prem season starting. Once the Prem season starts, we really don't need anything else for a little bit. We have everything to look forward to for the next few weeks. Beta's finishing up, the web app comes out, and then the game's out. Boom. Thing into thing into thing. We'll get a COD beta at some point. We can play that too. No, I was always undecided until about 25. I definitely don't want children now, though. I don't think I'll change my mind. Plus, you have to remember a lot of girls post 30 have the body clock issue. Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, that's true. But also, like, there's forms of, like, adoption and stuff as well. So it's never completely off the table. Maybe down the road if, like, someone did want to change their mind. But yeah, no, I completely get that. Which skews doing things for the right reason. Yeah. Yeah, especially if you're with someone where they say, like, oh, they're fine with you not wanting kids, but they're maybe on the fence themselves. Time's maybe running out for them to have a kid themselves. So they put pressure on it. Yeah. You still doing the repeatable PP? The campaign pick? I'm putting the campaign PP for the 99s on hold until I finish the catalog. We're very close. Why does that not let me put any other cards in? That's weird. I was 26, I dated a girl with the sun. She said I'd be an amazing dad, but I think that has to come from within you. To want that rather than being told you'd be good at it, in my opinion. Oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely. I feel like the kind of unconditional love that comes from, I feel like, people being a parent. When you grow up with that, that's a thing that people very much value and then want to do that themselves. And then when they don't have that, or they don't get to experience that, I know people who then like want to have a kid so that they can like change that. Yeah, that's a tough one, man. I'm glad you think about it though, because I feel like so many people just, I mean, in your 30s it's probably easier to than in your 20s, but I feel like so many people just don't think that far ahead and they're like, oh yeah, whatever. Have you ever watched a game of AFL football? Can you explain what AFL football is again? Is that... I might have. Aussie rules? It's not the A-League. I've watched the A-League before. The thing I find frustrating, to be honest, I'm a really caring person, but people presume you're not if you don't want to be a dad, especially girls. Like, it's a huge red flag. Yeah, I was talking to my buddy about that. That was like one of the things that he was bringing up in terms of like how people potentially view you, but like I technically view that the other way, especially if it's something that you're like very secure in and it's something that you know you don't want. I feel like that's like one of the most loving and caring things you could potentially do, is not getting into that just because it's convenient or because what someone else wants, but like understanding like, hey, we wouldn't be a good fit because of this thing. Like I said, I can't relate to it because I definitely want kids myself, but like I can really respect all the thought you put into it, and especially the way you maneuver relationships with that. Like, I know so many people that would not, out of fear of not feeling abandoned in a relationship or having to start over, would have a marriage or have kids or both just because they didn't want to be alone. Versus potentially being alone with the idea of maybe you could find that someday, but there's no guarantee. Like, part of me feels that way right now when it comes to like relationships. Like, part of me is kind of like always questioned, like, part of me really wants kind of those emotional supports of a relationship, even if it's not with the right person, until then eventually you find them. But it's like, the hell's the point of that? You don't want to be with someone that you don't see a future with. That's not fair to them, and that's not fair to you. Like, what's the point of doing that? Wasting time, resources, people's lives. It's stupid. But being able to like process like, hey, the emotions you have for wanting those things, the reasons you want them, are good, and hopefully eventually you can have them, but you got to be able to also live life on your own and be content with that, because if you're completely relying on another person for emotional support or to like live and get by, That can be very difficult. Especially when emotions are brought in. The last 3, I told them early on I don't want children when it came up. 2 of them were adamant they could change their mind, which I don't think was fair. I don't think it's fair either. I mean, and some people might say that's like the stereotype of like what girls can get away with saying versus what guys can get away with saying. That topic's always very difficult. But yeah, I try to see it from the other way where it's like if a girl said she didn't want to have children and a guy told her, I bet I could change her mind, probably would come across in a very different light than when a girl says it to a guy. But also, too, like, without any more context, I'm sure, obviously, when you talk to them, they get to understand more about your thought process. But if, like you're saying, people think it's because we just got Rafinha, let's go. We had Rafinha, we must have submitted him. If people think it's because you're not carrying those sort of things, they might start thinking, oh, but if it's the right person, if I'm the right person, like I can change them, I can do this, I can do that. And if they're building their kind of emotional identity in the relationship upon needing you to change, or just in general someone needing the other person to change, that's not fair to either person. Like, a person should want to change on their own. They shouldn't need to have another person either begging or pleading or forcing them to. It's not saying that, like, there's things about relationships or you can't have a conversation with someone and be like, hey, like, this thing you're doing I think is really destructive. Like if someone has, like, a severe alcohol addiction or something, it's not like you should just, like, oh, let them drink, I can't tell them what to do. Like, it comes to a point where it's like they're going to have to want to change themselves. It's like when guys think they can convert lesbians back to being straight. Seems like an ego thing too. Oh, it definitely probably is an ego thing to a certain extent as well. Like, if I'm being very honest with, like, how I feel like I view relationships myself when it comes to, like, pursuing someone, I kind of like pursuing people that either are not interested or potentially interested, but maybe not ready at the time, maybe emotionally unavailable. Because I feel like part of me maybe sees it as, like, a challenge of, like, oh, like, maybe I can be the person to help them through the situation, and then eventually, like, they're in a position where they're ready. But, like, genuinely part of me is just attracted to people in those kind of situations too, because, like, my nature when it comes to relationship, I like providing in ways for people that they just don't expect and they don't maybe need or ask for, but I just like doing it. So, like, when it comes to that, it's like, oof, okay, well, realistically, is that fair to myself as well? And those are kind of like whether people go to therapy, whether people, like, pray in it, whether people deeply think about it. Those are, like, the scary things that I feel like people don't give as much thought to. Or it's like, I don't know how you feel about, like, when people talk about, like, attachment styles and stuff. Like, if people are more of an avoidant or anxious attachment. I feel like I'm pretty neutral in the sense of, like, I don't necessarily get too attached, but I do go more towards the anxious when it's like I feel something's building up. I feel connection. I feel momentum. In my head, I then potentially rush things where it's like, okay, in my head, things feel like they're progressing. In my head, I'm starting to envision a future with them. So when I'm feeling like that's no longer progressing, or it's not going as fast as I want, I ask myself the question, it's like, okay, well, realistically, where do I think they're at? But also, too, like, why the hell am I trying to self-destruct this? It's like, is it the end of the world if they're interested in me, but they're not in a position where they're feeling like they're ready for a relationship? No. You can still be good friends with them. But I very much get emotionally invested, and it can be very difficult to turn that off because, like, one of the things that makes me care so much is also the thing that makes me care too much, you know? It's like some people really appreciate that, but others, it's like, hey, if they need distance and you're not giving them any distance or space, they're going to walk out that door, or they're not going to think you're being respectful. Versus others, if you, like, completely shut them out, they're not going to see that as respectful either, so. It's crazy, man. Life's all about balance. 100% agree, everyone can work on things to do better versions of themselves, but that doesn't mean someone needs to fundamentally change. But, like, that's the thing, too, right? Like, imagine that in, like, faith senses. So, like, I'm a very firm believer of if someone's strong in a faith, regardless of, like, what faith it is, like, usually they should be looking for people that share that same faith. Because if you're, like, for example, me, a Christian, and I date a non-Christian, or I'm looking for someone who's a non-Christian, and I expect them to fundamentally change who they are or what they believe in to fit my worldview, I don't think that's fair to either party. And, like, that comes with, like, family and other stuff too, where it's like you're saying, like, oh, hey, if someone thinks they don't see a future of having kids, that's not fair to try to, like, put pressure on them to change that. They might organically change that over time, but you can't have the expectation that it's going to change. But also, too, I feel like people in general aren't good at communicating, aren't good at sharing their emotions in a way that comes across, whether it's level-headed or, like, there's a way of, like, sharing feelings versus, like, just emotionally spouting, where it's like, if you're dealing with emotions and you want to express it to someone else, you can give them the information. If your goal is just to get the words out, you can get the words out. But what I would argue is more important is the way you communicate it to them. That's the thing you should worry about. It's like, hey, I want to say this thing to the person, but I want to make sure they're hearing what I'm saying. If that's the case, how do you word it to them in a way where they listen to you? How do you word it to them in a way where you feel like they're actually going to try to take time to understand what you're saying? Like I said, a lot of people just don't want to do those things. A lot of people don't think about it. A lot of people say, you emotions, shut it down, suppress it. Scott Pirlo, let's go, bro. W. How much is he? It's fine because I can come across as frosty, as I don't do fake nice, but I think deeply about stuff and reflect, so I try to let actions show I care, remember details about people, etc. The small brother, same, man. The thing that frustrates me the most is, like, obviously you can't change everyone's perception of you, nor do I want to, but it's like, I feel like a big misconception people have with me is just the level of care I have for, like, the people in my life, and, like, the things I would do for them, or, like, I would literally die for most people in my life who I truly care about. And when you feel like that's either not reciprocated with, like, dying for someone's a little different, but it's like when you take all the time and attention in the world to remember the little things, and then someone you care about doesn't do those things to you, it can come across as like, oh, dang, do these people really care about me? Or it's like, oh, dang, I feel like I put so much more into this friendship, these family members, these relationships than the other person does into me. But you got to make sure you balance that too with the, hey, do they know you feel this way? If it's a thing where you're not communicating that to them, where it's like, hey, you'd appreciate if they, I don't know, gave you compliments more often. Okay, well, if you don't tell them to give you more compliments, or that you like when you get compliments, they might not understand, like, hey, that's what you're looking for. Like, I have a friend of mine, before she moved away, I made a comment to her, I'm like, yeah, I really appreciate when people notice, like, the small things I do for others. And she remembered that, and, like, a month later, I did, like, a small thing, and she called it out. I'm like, that felt really nice. That's awesome. also too, like, there's also dynamics you have with some people where truly no relationship's ever going to be 50-50, especially day to day. There's going to be some days where someone's able to give 60% and the other person can only give 40. Some days, person's completely exhausted. They're at like 10%. You got to give 90. But also too, you got to understand like what you want out of a relationship. If someone, let's say you're friends with, is going through a very difficult time, like one of my buddies, when we were in college, he had severe depression. He was heavily addicted to alcohol. He was not in a position where his day-to-day was anything more than like he didn't know if he was going to live to see tomorrow. And for me to like get him to like, hey, I think it's unfair that you're not checking in with me or seeing how I'm doing. I can't expect that of him. Is it fair for me to maybe like make a comment and say like, hey, I'd appreciate it if you did these things? Sure. But it's like also expecting like things from someone that they can't give at the moment could be unfair too. So it's like you got to balance those things out. Do I want how do I word it? Like for that example, it's like, do I want that action because I want like the friendship to be reciprocal? Okay. If that's the case, is that the only thing I value in friendships? I don't think that's the case at all. I value so much more than that. Without going political, I'm deeply socialist person. I don't believe I have to have met, known, or for them to be like me, to care about people's welfare, race, religion, background. We're all human. Dude, you need to... I really want you to meet one of my buddies. I feel like you and him are like the same person. Like a carbon copy of him. It's kind of funny. Yeah, no, that's not too political. I get what you're saying. But it's like also other people too. They can't see through other lenses than what they're in. So it's like if their needs aren't getting met at a fundamental level, it's hard for them to see the needs of others when their day-to-day feels like they're struggling so much. Or if they're only experienced with like a certain culture or religion or you name it, anything in the world is something negative, they're not going into it with like, oh, this is a completely different person than the other person I met. They are already going in with a negative perception. When I hear Newcastle supporter, in my head, I'm thinking of like the most vile human being in the world. That's not true. But in my head, that's like what the derby is. Like, I'm looking at an extremely overweight Geordie, 0 IQ. It's a completely different feel of it. Hey, Hope, all is well. Is your unlimited pack vid still the same, or have you tweaked it? We haven't had a vid on this new one. It's essentially 3 things, and I'll break it down. It's 88 exchange, which is the 83-20, 84-10s, and the Team of the Week upgrade. Even if it's an 89 plus, everything I have is into 88s now because we get an 83-20. Worst case scenario, you get 83s that can go into the Team of the Week upgrade. If you get a Team of the Week upgrade, you can do an 84-10. In this process of opening the 88 exchanges and the 84-10s, you get a ton of Team of the Seasons as well. A ton of 83s and 84s back that you can put into the 84-10 again. That's essentially caused us to stay where we're at with building up as many packs as we have over and over and over and over again. So all we do is spam open 84-10s, make 88 exchanges. Make Team of the Week packs, make 84-10s. Make 88 exchanges. Over and over and over. Take, for instance, how nasty people are to asylum seekers, some of the most vulnerable in society because they're not like us. The othering of them by media makes me so sad. Encourages division. Well, I think I think it was you I was having this conversation with, right? How just from like a psychological standpoint, it's very interesting how you can get other people to care about a different group of people if it affect. EA. I know you gave me 99 bail. I appreciate 99 bail. But I need a Bale and Maldini. 294 rated cards are the only ones that are left for me. EA. Come on. Come on. Come on. Lots of Badessis. Sorry. W's. Thank you, Red. Thank you, Miguel. But no, Smithy, I think I was talking to you, bro, about it. How, like, use asylum seekers or people who aren't from a country but get citizenship there. Like, the best example I can give are footballers who maybe moved to England, like their families were refugees, and they could potentially either be English for their nationality, or if they came from an African country, they could represent them, right? And you'll have people who are completely against, like, the idea of, let's say, immigration from those countries or taking in those people. But if you have someone on your football club that you love more than anything in the world, and they're a good footballer, or you hear about their story, those people are more likely to support them than they were before. I think that's a pretty common thing in any aspect of life. It's like, oh, if it affects your corner of the world in some way, for better or for worse, you're going to have more positive or negative reaction to said thing. Now, I'm sure there's some people that in England are still like, England has to be pure English for the national team. I don't think they'd be winning anything anytime soon, but yeah, that's always interesting. Not because it's a specifically English thing. I feel like that's just a human thing in general. People are afraid of the unknown, things they don't understand, but also, too, I think this is more of just a general truth for most things. I feel like people are afraid of learning about new things because they're afraid they're going to have to change who they were before or what they thought they were before. Like, I've talked about that through, like, the faith lens, where it's like, as a Christian, I feel like I'm strong in my faith, and there's a lot of people who, when it comes, like, the idea of science, don't think the two can coexist, and it's not to have a debate right now of, like, science in faith, or, like, science in Christianity, or whatever you want to look at, because there's a ton of scientists, well-renowned scientists, that have justifications for why science is a huge part in their faith, and how it's not two separate things. But you'll have a bunch of people where it's like they'll refuse to want to learn about science phenomenon because they're afraid they're going to have to abandon the thing they've believed most of their life. This ground is way different than what I've been doing. Can I see your templates real quick? Yeah, if you want to screenshot at any of these, you can go back in the stream for it because we have it where you can go back and forth. So I'll just show it quick. So Team of the Week, I just have it set from 83 to 87. You don't need to have the player count 20 or any of that other stuff. I do low to high just so I can kind of dictate if it's like, hey, if I want to clear all my gold rares, I'll do that. If you want to set to just 83s and 84s, you can. And then if you want the Team of the Week to be like 85s to 87s, you can. Whatever, that's up to you. I will say, with this, though, if you plan on doing the 1 of 5 shapeshifters, which I'm going to go back to eventually once I complete the catalog, this needs 11 87s minimum. So you could make it where you use up to 86s for that and the 8410, and you save 87s for that, and then maybe some 88s as well. But for the 8410 template, we have 83 to 87, 10 cards, most recent. You don't need the most recent. You can do high to low to high. If you do low to high, probably want to put it to 84 minimum, just so you get the rating for sure no matter what. But then we put a team of the weekend, and then when I run out of team of the weeks, I also have set to use a most recent team of the season from my SBC storage first. So that's my 84+10 one. And then for my 88 overall exchange, we have 88 to 97, max 4 players, ignore player positions, SBC storage, low to high, anything. So with that, I just essentially, if I have a bunch of dupe storage, I go in here, make sure it's a dupe, pop it in, get the pack made. Like I said before, I'm choosing to do 88s over 89s because with the 89s, I'll get a bunch of stuff I have to quick sell, feel like I'm wasting, or feel like I have to put into a player pick or somewhere else to make use of it. This, I'm getting all 20 cards, 83 plus guaranteed. It all can go towards something. Yeah, I'm not patriotic. I'm a believer that your birthplace is circumstance. Trauma is trauma. People are people. Costs nothing to be kind over being vindictive. I was afraid of quitting drinking, afraid I'd lose all my friends and a way of life, but it all worked out. Yeah, dude, that's one of the things, too. My buddy, who I was talking about before, was when we were in college, he was really struggling with an alcohol addiction. Heavily correlated to the alcohol addiction was that was his coping mechanism for how he dealt with the world and emotion he was going through. So more than just like the alcohol himself, it was him understanding like, hey, whenever he's afraid, whenever he's nervous, whenever he's this, he's going to alcohol over something else. Why is that the case? And like once he was able to start kind of figuring those things out, understand how it affected him and the others around him, that's when I really started to like allow him to kind of put the alcohol bottle down and still drink occasionally now. For a while he couldn't have any alcohol, but now it's to a point where he can have a glass or two and be completely fine. But he still might struggle with that temptation if he's drinking emotionally, so he tries to avoid it. Legend, I'll get on this after I finish Holland. Hey, W, man. Yeah. What, Oswald, if you don't mind me asking, brother, was this like a college or university where it was just kind of like your, I don't know if party scene's the right word, just like the social norm? And that's like what you built your friend group through, or? It's like someone once said at NASA, the biggest thing you can have is looking at Earth and realizing there are no lines, borders, just a sphere that everyone has to share. I mean, you don't have to share it with everyone. I draw the line at Sudamericana enjoyers. If you like Sudamericana over Libertadores, I'm sorry. You don't exist to me. Were you, DFB, were you here before, bro, when we were talking about robots? I was like, I really want to use a slur right now, but I'm afraid I'm going to get canceled in a few years if I use a slur on robots. I was binge drinking, big in Australia. It slowly started to get bigger. My friends are mostly from school, then university and friends of friends, but we all drank a lot when we were in our mid-20s. Yeah, I don't know. Do you know about the state Wisconsin in the United States? Wisconsin's like known as like the drunkest state. And it, like, I'm not even joking. When people compare it to Ireland, depending on where you are in Wisconsin, people in Wisconsin could probably outdrink people who are Irish, which is crazy to think. But yeah, no, that makes sense. What, do you have like a social circle outside of that, or what changed, bud? Yeah, no, Wisconsin, huh? Me and my wife were on a plane once next to an old bloke from there, and he was smashing the beers the whole flight. Attaboy. As he should. Dude, I'm a weird drinker. I very rarely ever drink alcohol, but when I do, I like a straight bourbon. Straight bourbon. Just hang out with them until midnight and would go home, but I value the time more with them. Once they hit another level, I went home. I feel that. Also started dating my wife who barely drinks. I was talking to a girl who was explaining to me, where it was a really weird line. She was saying how she doesn't drink. She grew up in a family that never drank. They also never celebrated Halloween. And, like, there are very specific things where it's like, she's not against, like, her partner doing those things, but she would hope the person she's with shares those same values. And it was really weird because it's like, usually I'm getting crap from people where it's like, if I have a drink occasionally, people are like, you need to drink more often. It's like, what if I don't want to? I always get made fun of from some people for barely ever drinking. And then, like, to her, it was like I would mention the fact, like, oh, I occasionally have the beverage. And to her, that was like way too much. But also, too, fitness. Love me some fitness. That was one of the things where it's like, hey, I have fitness goals for myself where realistically, I feel like alcohol is holding me back in a lot of ways. So, not only do I really like alcohol, I feel like it'd be a disadvantage. Yep, literally. I find the people with the biggest drinking problems themselves have the biggest problem with you quitting. I see it because they feel like they can't. And so when they see people doing stuff, it makes them feel bad. Not about you, about them. It's like they're looking in a mirror. I feel like the same thing's true with a lot of fitness related stuff. I feel like there's a lot of people in the fitness space that want to lose weight. They feel like they're living an unhealthy lifestyle, and when they finally do, they get a lot of crap from people because they essentially did it. And then if someone is living that same unhealthy lifestyle and they're hearing from another person like, oh, I'm so happy I stopped my unhealthy lifestyle, they don't see it as that person stopping an unhealthy lifestyle. They hear it as, you're a fatty who lives an unhealthy lifestyle. You need to change. Oh, dude, yeah, the interrogation's the worst. It's like, I would go to some parties and just have, like, water in my cup. And I just didn't even want to deal with it. It's like, hey, if someone's going to call me on this crap, so be it. I'm not going to worry about it too much, but my goodness, the amount some people would push was crazy. I feel like that's only a limited time thing, though. It's not as bad the older you get. People, once you're kind of established in, like, your day-to-day routines, your friend group, your family, yada yada, your job, your work, people care about that stuff less and less. And if they really care about it, it's even weirder. You know, this is a weird analogy, but I love animals, and one of my favorites is elephants. They're so protective and familial. They help outsiders and rally around them, love them. Humans, meanwhile, hunt them. That's very poetic, too. I like that. You see there was a big game poacher who just got mauled by a, I think it was a buffalo this week. He was a millionaire who, I think he retired and just traveled the world hunting trophy animals. Well, great chatting. I don't plan on playing FC26 as it's taking too much time out of my life. However, in case I don't come back for a while, or at all the best. And thanks for the streams. Hey, love you, man. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for stopping by. Hey, if you end up buying it once a month into the game, it becomes heavily discounted. You need some tips on making some coins. You know where I'm at, man. Yeah, take it easy, dude. Some might say that was karma. Some may say that. Might also be the perfect example of it. Jeez, it's almost 9 o'clock already? You've been live for how long? No shot, we've been live for almost 5 hours, dude. Wild, man. Wild, wild, wild. Smithy, how much longer do you plan on being up or around? I might, base my stream off of you, buddy. If you're going to be here for like another 10-15 minutes, I'll probably keep going, but if you're heading out soon, I might call it quits and go get a workout in. 20? Alright, we'll do another 20. Actually, I'll do you a minute. We'll do top of the hour. So, I'll do another like 16, 17 minutes. Anything else you want to talk about? Floor's kind of yours, man. Anything you want to know about me? The topic we normally don't breach. I feel like we're just like vibing. It's a podcast at this point. 'Generally love engage you are with your chat on all manners of topics. Generally love tuning into streams. There's definitely a time. I appreciate it, buddy. There's times and places, though. Like, if it's, like, around a new content or we're doing a specific grind, you're probably not going to hear me talk about certain topics. It's very much reading the room in a lot of cases. But, like, here's, like, a perfect example of, like, oh, people might be lurking. You talk about a topic that's usually not talked about as much. People engage with it or appreciate you talking about it. Mainly, it's just trying to find, like, the balance of it. Dude, footy is almost back. I can't wait, man. One more week until Sunderland plays. Oh. But can't always because of work and time zone. Yep. Dude, time zone is one of the most frustrating things. Like, I've thought about that. It's like, selfishly, part of me is like, oh, I wonder how big I could have grown my channel over the past few years if I did, like, new content streams. And I lived in a UK-friendly zone. Like, if I was a Mir, like, I feel like Mir's the perfect example. When we both were growing pretty quick a few years ago, I was like, dang, I feel like I could have a Mir's growth and we could mirror each other if I just streamed at the same time. But, that's not me, man. He has his own content. I have my own content. I like doing what I do. I like talking about the things I talk about. He's the same way, and other people are the same way. But what may not be the largest amount of time, I would argue, we make up with the quality of time. I feel like that's a very common thing I hear people say, where it's like, you guys say from the perspective of, like, you appreciate me reading your comments or, like, engaging with chat the way I do. Dude, I feel it the other way. Like, it's such a privilege to be able to enjoy a video game that I'm playing and genuinely have people not only stick around for what I would consider what I'm providing, like the content of me grinding the game, but it's like also like talk about life, ask me how my life's going, what's going on. Or like my favorite thing is like when people remember things about my life and they come back like a month or two later and like, oh, I remember you were talking about this thing. How's that going? Feels really nice, man. Dude, I'm going to have to figure out, is there any streaming services I don't have for football matches, specifically Prem? I have ESPN Plus, I have Paramount, I have YouTube TV, I have Peacock. NBC is a part of YouTube TV, so I should be able to, I think, watch every single Prem game. I want to watch so much Everton this year, man. I'm so excited. I want to watch Everton. I want to watch every game I can. This may not be your thing, but I used to be a writer, so I used to look up origin of words, phrases. I guess I know I'm a nerd, but I really think it's fascinating. That's cool. I like different but similar. I like when I read the Bible, seeing the original language of it and learning like culture at the time, the words used, the meanings. I find that really fascinating. Prime of the State sucks. You got to buy 80 different services just to watch. Yeah, luckily I have services for all the different sites for different reasons, and it's like I have some family who have some and I have others, so it's not like I'm buying them all. But yeah, it's so frustrating how you can't just buy one service and watch everything. I think Paramount's going to do a much better job now that Birmingham, Wrexham are both in the championship. They're going to be sucking them off every single week, and you're going to see most of their games on there. Looks like this weekend they're committed to covering, I think, all the championship games. I know EFL League One, they did well last week. I want to watch a lot of championship too, so I'm hoping Paramount does a good job with that. Paramount also has the Champions League, UEFA conference as well, so that's nice. There's some great quotes and idioms when translated from other languages. I always love hearing like wisdom quotes from other languages where it's like when translated they have a word that is just so packed with meaning. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but if you have one, let me know. Where it's like a word could mean just like one thing, but given like historical context, the culture's context, the word just has so much power to it. I'm a Bundesliga enjoyer, so ESPN got the hookup. Dude, I gotta see what internationals are from the U.S. men's team are gonna be playing in there. Reina might be off. I know some younger guys are going to La Liga and Bundesliga as well. Dude, it's too many people to keep up with. I have like 100 players that I follow on FUTMob. Reina makes me sad, dude. Reina's gonna be that what if player, bro. Family dynamic, his work ethic. He has skill, he has talent. It's not all coming together. I really hope the 2026 World Cup isn't one that we look back on and it's like, dang, if only we would have gotten things lined up a little bit sooner. You already see a little bit of that stuff happening right now. I think some of the kinks are getting worked out through the Club World Cup for like times of games, attendances. Obviously, two random clubs playing each other on a Tuesday in Atlanta is not going to get sold out crowd versus like a World Cup game, but yeah, I'm just really nervous on the U.S. underperforming to a great extent. Then also, too, just something going completely wrong in the U.S., too. You got stuck behind Royce and Brandt's shadow as well? Yep. Then his, moved him to Nottingham Forest just didn't go as well as he thought. Can't remember exactly what happened. I wasn't really watching. Is what I found this week translated from the original dialect. Being wise is learning to question tides and not just the waves that hit you. Wow. I like that one a lot. Being wise is learning to question tides and not just the waves that hit you. That's deep, man. Funny because I feel like we talked about that topic a few different times in different ways in our conversations today. I have drunk women in my apartment right now. They're in the kitchen. You can hear them getting louder and louder. What do you do for shortcuts for storing packs? S is my send to club, and then Z is my send to dupe storage, and then my A is quick sell. I feel like in the gym I could get this down to 250 maybe. Versus mind syndrome, I swear. So I think a lot about things can be useful for my work though. It's a blessing and a curse. I feel like a lot of people constantly use social media, sometimes music, talking to people, show on, sports, whatever it is, to constantly have a distraction going on in their life, to keep their brain from thinking too deeply about stuff, usually so they don't have to like experience something super negative. What's the best footies you got today? We got 99 bail, but I'm still missing 94 bail. And it can suck, like, sitting with your own thoughts, especially when, you know, some people don't have the best views of themselves. It's like sitting in your own head can be really challenging. But, like, giving yourself the kind of freedom to just think out ideas and process emotion in silence. Really nice. Yeah, it's crazy how much you can think about in a little bit of time. If you give yourself 15 minutes of watching TikTok goes by in 2 seconds. 15 minutes of like deep thought and questioning things go by very slow. People always say I'm articulate and intelligent, but like you say, was a killer in lockdown while still working but isolated. Yeah, dude. There was so many nice things about lockdown and so many bad things. Obviously outside of the pandemic, but like I remember gaming at the time. I'm fully convinced gaming wasn't as good as it actually was during the pandemic. I feel like that was just the time that everyone had their friends and family drop everything in their life going on, and they had time to game again. And it was kind of like reliving childhood memories, or for people like at the end of their childhood, it was like the last time they'd have that amount of time and freedom again. I feel like that's the thing people miss, rather than like the game itself. But put that with like other aspects of life. Pandemic for me, like the lockdown for me, had a super big positive and negative on my mental health when it came to like even working out and like physical aspects. I put on a crap ton of weight. I went from 215 pounds all the way up to 265, 270 during the initial parts of COVID. And then I went from 270 all the way down to 198, kind of the second part of lockdown. That was a really difficult thing to maneuver. Gotta open all these 100 exchanges now, just quick selling dupe, 85s and below. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, once you get out of those 89s and you switch them to 88s, things speed up so much. Just so much easier to go through everything. It's weird because I was a government employee, so key worker. I worked more when my friends were on furlough. It was called, as it was called in the UK, so off work. Gotcha. Yeah, so your situation was a little different than ours. it was funny because I'm still at the same company that I was an intern at the time. I was working part-time during my final school year in college. And I remember before COVID happened, I would have to drive like 25 minutes to work each day. And it was just 1 day a week. And I told them, I'm like, hey, is there any way I could work remote? I could do the work from my apartment. It could be just as good as like the office, but save so much time, travel there and back for the 1 day that I'm actually there. And they're like, no, we can't do that. The company doesn't have it set up. COVID then happened like a month or two later, and they're like, hey, yep, we're all going to set up remote access. We're going to do all our work remote, and we're still remote to this day. So it's like, oh, it is possible. Just needed a little push. A little bit of a push. Alright, a few more minutes, boys. I'm convinced I'm not going to get 215 off stream. Different note, retranslated phrases we call top corner shots in football in the UK. In parts of South America, they call it where the owl sleeps, which I love. Postage stamp, we call it. Wait, I thought you called it top bins in the UK. Is that just a separate slang? That too? Yeah, that's what I refer to it as. I feel like there's so much slang and lingo I've picked up from Europeans over the past 5 years. Bruv is my favorite. When I say bruv to Americans, they're like, what? Why? I love where the owl sleeps. That's very poetic. Oldham Athletic needs that. Are they in the National League right now? They're League 2 right now. I'm sure there's some poetic commentary thing you could do for them when they get to League 1, maybe. The sleeping... Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. We gotta cook real quick. If someone scores top bins, you gotta make where the owl sleeps comment. But you gotta compare them as a football club and say, the sleeping owl has been awakened. Because like for Sunra, they always say like the sleeping giant has been reborn is like a big one. And they'll play it off that way. You got to come out with some like commentary poetic line of them. How far up the footballing pyramid was Oldham? Oh, dude. Is anyone else this way? I say that as a question to you guys, like I want you to tell me. But in my head, I also want to deeply research Oldham and watch every YouTube video on them for the next half an hour. And then completely never care about them ever again. Just completely shut it off. Yeah, Sheffield Wednesday too. I'm not a fan of Sheffield Wednesday though. I have some beef with them as a Sunderland supporter for playoffs. But they're super happy that we beat Sheffield United. So, hey, we'll give them that. I'm not sure, to be honest, man. Alright, it is the top of the hour, though. Past the top of the hour. I'm going to call it there. Thank you guys for chilling. If you did enjoy, smack the like button, subscribe if you're new. Won't be live Saturday. We'll be back Sunday, probably around new content. So take it easy. Have a good rest of your weekend. God bless you all for hanging out. Peace.